Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Welcome to the Pratama Vinyasa Krama 108 asana sequence of Nithyananda Yoga. Before we start the yoga session, we request all the male bodies to please remove your upper cloth, for yoga is a ritual, and male bodies remove the upper cloth for any Hindu ritual. All the female bodies, please tie up your hair, and we request all the participants to please wear a black dress, apply vibhuti on your forehead. If you are a male body applied on the 16 places over your body. Apply kumkum and any aushadha from the Supreme Font of Hinduism you have available. Wear your Rudraksha mala, the Abharanam, to intensify the energy which you can hold throughout the yoga practice. Also, make sure to keep a Shri Yantra, which is a sacred mandala, in your room where you practice the yoga. If you don't have a Shri Yantra available, don't worry. We are projecting it in the background of our acharyas. Now settle down on your yoga mat and get ready for the ritual of yoga. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant the Sadguru Vandanam.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrasham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Next, we are going to chant the Shiva Mula mantra. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha 11 times. Please follow along internally.
Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha.
We will be performing the Tadvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Now keep your hand, the right hand, in the shape of a cow's ear in the Gokarana Mudra, as our acharyas are demonstrating. Then take an udani of water, pour it into your right palm. We're going to chant a mantra thrice. Each time, sip the water from the bottom of your palm whenever the word Swadha is chanted.
Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadham.
Take another udani of water.
Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadham.
Pour another udani of water into your palm.
Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Swadham.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapacham and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your thumb as we chant.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Now wash your hand again. With the index, middle and ring fingers joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hand again. With the index fingers and thumbs joined together, touch the right nostril, the left nostril. And with the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the right eye, left eye, and the right ear and the left ear. Wash your hand again. With the little finger and thumb joined together, touch the navel, the right chest and the left chest. And with all fingertips joined together, touch on top of the head, the right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center. Now wash your hand again. As you clasp the right hand over top of the left, place both hands on the right thigh. Set the sankalpa, the conscious resolution, what it is that you want to manifest today in today's Nithyananda yoga session as we chant the sankalpa mantra.
Om Mamopatta Samasta Duridakshayadvara Bhagavad Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhadito Purana Arogya Yukta Dridagatra Yogika Sharira Siddhyartham Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranartham Nithyananda Yogabhyasam Karishye.
Now wash your hand once more as we chant.
Om Apaupasprisya.
Keep your Panchapacham and udani out of harm's way as we are getting ready to start the yoga. Now sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring the index fingers and thumbs joined together on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Engage the three bandhas, the energy locks, which are contracting the perineal region and pulling it in and up. The Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach lock, contracting your stomach muscles and pulling your stomach in and up towards your spine. And the Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, tucking your chin to the chest and internally contracting your throat muscles. Together they form Mahamudra Bandha, which is a great secret of the yogic practice and will enhance your yoga practice manifold. Next up is the visualization. Hold the visualization for the right context of each of the asanas. The first visualization is Lord Shiva. You will always be able to see the visualization in the top right corner of the screen. So whenever you don't know how the visualization looks, you can just check the screen. Next up is Samana Kumbhaka. Now fill your stomach with prana as you meditate on a flame in your stomach, kindling the prana and raising up your spine. Chant the japa soham and visualize it rotating around your throat until the nectar oozes out into your body. Let us now perform the first asana, which is Sukhasana.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्.
The next asana is Parvatasana. Now bring your legs into Padmasana with the feet on top of the opposite thighs. Then bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head, keeping your elbows straight. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize yourself as Mount Kailash.
अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलम्.
The next asana is Halipavasana. Now bring the soles of your feet together in front of your body and hold the left hand by the right behind your back. As you lean forward and place your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Engage all three bandhas as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्वविधियाहु मे जानो उभयपकतले सम्पुटठानो.
The next asana is Nagi Pavasana. Now keep the soles of your feet together and stretch your hands out in front of the feet, cupping your palms, placing them down on the ground as you place your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Engage all three bandhas and gaze to the tip of your nose, visualizing yourself as a snake.
पूर्वविधिपर्यागाने नीचौहौ वेकहुनि फनास्यो लगाई.
Next up is KAILASA. Now hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Then raise the legs up straight and then cross them into Padmasana, leaning forward and down onto your elbows. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize yourself as a bird.
स्थान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः.
The next asana is Nithyananda. Now place one ankle on top of the opposite knee as you hold onto the opposite elbows. Engage all three bandhas, rotate your arms in a circle and gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, and after some time change the direction of the movement.
घोड़ा बामा पादकी आशमाहिली सोये दक्षचरण को वार लोता परिकुल्फ समोय.
The next asana is Gajasana. Now press your hands onto the ground, lifting your hips up high. Lower your head, then your chest, scooping the body forward and down again and again as you visualize yourself as an elephant. And perform Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock, as you do so.
युग्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भूया मस्तकाग्रे निधाय.
The next asana is Vrikshasana. From the same position, alternate pressing the heel of one foot into the ground while lifting the other heel up. Visualize yourself as a bear as you keep Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
एकैकम्पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
The next asana is Vaishyasana. Now stand tall on the mat with the tips of the on the tips of the big toes, with all other toes raised off the ground. As you keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, and bring your index, middle, and ring fingers to the heart center in Hridaya Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत अधोमुखः.
Next up is the Urdhva Janukarana. Stand with your heels touching, toes facing outwards at a 45-degree angle, and the knees bent in Arimandi. Now, bring both hands to the chest with the elbows parallel to the ground. Then lift one knee up towards the center of your body, followed along with the respective hand as you make circular motions on both sides again and again. The next asana is Balalingasana. Now interlace your fingers from the outside in Sarvashankari Mudra and hold on to one knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line and visualize yourself holding a baby as you engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha.
एकं जानूरधियालिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
You move on to Padapidanasana. Now take the foot and pull it behind towards your buttocks. Hold it with both hands. Be straight. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुम्.
The next asana is Natarajasana. Standing on one leg, hold on to one foot and extend it backwards as you lean forward and stretch your arm out in front in Bindu Mudra with the index finger and thumb touching as you visualize yourself dancing as Lord Nataraja and perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now stand on the other leg and repeat Balalingasana on the other side, pulling the knee up towards your chest and visualize yourself caressing a baby.
एकं जानूरधियालिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now repeat Padapidanasana on the other side. Pull the other foot towards your buttocks and visualize Swamiji in your inner space, engaging all three bandhas.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुम्.
Now repeat Natarajasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja.
पादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is the Ardha Rechita Karana. From Arimandi position, bring the right foot behind the other with the toes down and the heel up. Keep the left hand at the chest and swing the right arm back and forth, gracefully moving the fingers one by one. Now keep the right hand over top of the nose, uncross your ankles, and repeat the movement on the other side. Next up is the skeleton dance. Now visualize yourself as a skeleton as you shake your body intensely. We move on to Katichina Karana. From Arimandi, with the heels together, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent, bring your hands above your head with the arms crossed, palms facing backwards. Now open your hips to one side and open the arms along above your head. Return to the center and repeat the movement on both sides again and again. The next asana is Tadasana. Now stand tall on the tips of the big toes as you raise your hands up above your head, beside your ears. Engage all three bandhas. Visualize yourself as a palm tree as you internally chant the new japa Shivoham.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान.
Next up is Uttanasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down, bringing your hands flat to the ground. Take precaution in the case that you are a pregnant woman. For pregnant women, shouldn't perform any of the forward bends. Now engage all three bandhas and bring your forehead towards the knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान.
The next asana is Tadakshvasana, the plank position. Now lower your body down onto your arms and feet as you tuck your chin to the chest and rotate your head from side to side, contracting your perineal region. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Keep breathing in the Samana Kumbhaka, filling your stomach with prana and visualizing a flame rising up your spine.
गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नजेत्.
The next asana is Bhujangasana. Now lower your entire body down onto your stomach as you keep the toes pointing backwards and your hands next to the chest. Now raise your head up using the strength of your lower back. Don't lift your body any higher than your belly button up. And open your mouth wide as you inhale through the hollow of your throat in Bhujangani Mudra. Visualize yourself as a cobra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधो भूमौ विनिन्यसेत्.
The next asana is Shashasana. Now push your body up back into plank position and alternate bringing one knee in towards your chest back and forth as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and calmly breathe through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
जासन संस्थितो जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च्य वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
The next asana is Rathasana. From a tall plank position, place one foot in between the two hands as you simultaneously jump one foot back and bring the other one in between the hands. Alternate again and again as you visualize yourself as a chariot.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
The next asana is Viravadrasana. Now keep one foot flat on the ground with the toes pointing forwards and the knee bent at a 90-degree angle. Now extend the other leg back, keep the knees straight and the toes pointed outwards. Raise your arms up parallel, pull the stomach in and up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing yourself as Lord Virabhadra as you perform Ujjana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
आशिष्टमदकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now exchange the position of your feet and repeat Virabhadrasana on the other side.
मदकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
The next asana is Vrikshasana, the tree posture. Now stand and bring one foot to the inner thigh as you bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head. Keep your elbows straight as you gaze forward and visualize yourself as a tree.
अमोरमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतु.
The next asana is Garudasana. Now bring the raised leg to the opposite hip. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda and engage the Mula Bandha.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
Now stand on your other leg and repeat Vrikshasana on the other side.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतु.
Now repeat Garudasana on the other side, keeping the standing leg as straight as a rod and visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
The next asana is Trikonasana. Now stand and step one leg forward and the other one far back, keeping the front toes pointing forwards and the back toes facing sideways. Now bring your hands parallel to the ground and lean forward and down as you keep one hand down and the other one raised up. Gaze upwards, visualizing yourself as a triangle as you perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Exchange the position of your feet. Step the other leg forward as you repeat Trikonasana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is the Nikuttaka Karana. From Arimandi position, heels touching, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent, raise one heel off the ground and bring your hands in front of the heart center with the palms facing each other. Now stump the rest heel to the ground, raise the other heel up and exchange the position of your hands again and again. The next asana is Angushtasana. Now lower your body down onto the tips of your toes, placing the perineum on the back of your heels. Raise your knees off the ground and keep them together as you join your palms in front of your heart center in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee on the inhalation and exhalation as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant the new japa Sadashivoham.
बन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च.
The next asana is Saurasana. From the tips of the toes, extend one leg straight out with the heel down and the toes up. Keep your fingers down on the ground by the sides with the palms facing forward in Vara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रसार्य एकम्पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
The next asana is Vidunanasana. Now, from Saurasana, lean forward and hold on to the big toe in Prana Mudra. As you hold the back heel with the other hand, balance. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Stretch the other leg forward as you repeat Saurasana on the other side.
प्रसार्य एकम्पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Now again, lean forward and down, holding on to the front foot and the back heel. Repeating Vidunanasana on the other side.
स्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
The next asana is Brahmajarankushasana. As you keep the toes on the ground and the perineum placed on top of the heels, which I raise off the ground, keep a gap between your legs and place the back of your hands on top of the respective knees. Contract the perineal region and tuck your chin to the chest as you gaze in between the two hands in Shambhavi Mudra, with eyes opened wide, unblinking, actually gazing within. As you visualize Swamiji within and perform the Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
द्वौ भणापाणि होय वैसे एड़ी मेल रघुदानि वैसे.
The next asana is Kapilasana. Now drop your knees to the ground with the toes tucked behind, sitting your perineum on the heels. As you keep your hands on top of the respective thighs and pull your stomach in and up, contract the perineal region, gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as sage Kapila Muni.
उभय पगदली समटारावे तिनकी माहली कोर मिलावे.
The next asana is Bhadragodakasana. Maintain the same position as you shift your gaze up to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you buzz like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka.
दो भूपकदली संपुट करे कौरवार्ली भूपरि धरे.
The next asana is Suryasana. Now sit with your toes tucked, perineum placed on top of the raised heels. As you bring your thumbs and little fingers together in Padma Mudra, opening up the palms resembling a lotus flower. Now raise your hands up above your head as you gaze up in between the gap between the palms, visualizing yourself as Lord Surya.
एडी दो गुदातरी आने फना पानी बैठक अब निठाने.
The next asana is Mandukasana. Now sit with the toes flat, perineum on the heels. As you keep your hands on top of the knees, lift the tongue up against the roof of your mouth. As you catch the nectar of immortality dripping from the Sahasrara chakra with your frog tongue, as you visualize yourself as a frog in Manduki Mudra. Gaze to your third eye, breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka as you perform the Mula Bandha.
तलो पृष्ठ देशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशेत्.
The next asana is Uttana Mandukasana. Maintain the same sitting posture, but bring your hands behind your back, holding onto the opposite shoulders. Gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a frog as you keep your tongue pressed against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha as you do so.
मंडूकासन मध्यस्थं कुर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः.
The next asana is Simhasana. Now cross your ankles and sit on your feet. As you keep the knees wide, fingers spread on top of the knees, open your mouth wide, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully as you gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a lion.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन ततेतरम्.
The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now sit with your heels under the perineum, the knees opened wide. Then cross your hands behind your back and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you gaze to the tip of your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and return to buzzing like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
The next asana is Kakabusandhi Asana. Now squat and keep the feet flat on the ground as you keep your knees opened wide and bring your arms in and around the raised knees. Interlace your fingers behind your back if you can. As you visualize yourself as a crow and gaze to the tip of your nose as you engage the Mula Bandha.
प्रथमे वेशक उपसठाने दो वोहा तपगमी च आने.
The next asana is Kanipavasana. Now keep the palms on the floor, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto the back of your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward, raise your feet off the ground as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and balance on your arms.
को गुण आशी दुष्टता होई तो आछी होई.
The next asana is Kapali Asana. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring the top of your head onto the ground. Please take precautions if you have any neck injuries or high blood pressure. Any of the inverted postures. Now bring your knees onto the elbows, your hips over the shoulders, and straighten your legs up as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ईशा धरती टेकी पग दो वो मिलीवा ऊंचा करे.
The next asana is Parshvamayurasana. Now squat on the toes with the legs together, twist your body and place both hands to the side as you align your elbows with the knee and hip and lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs to the side. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a peacock. And exhale fully in Rechaka Kumbhaka as you hold your breath in the exhaled state. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकम्.
Now, twist your body in the other direction and repeat Parashvamayurasana on the other side.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकम्.
The next asana is Bhairaganathasana. Now place both hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Stretch your legs back straight into Tadakshvasana, the plank position. As you step one foot outside the respective shoulder and bring it in between the two hands. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Vaidava. As you breathe in your Rechaka Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
आसन की गुण पीती जागी.
Now, step the front foot back and step the other foot outside the shoulder in between the hands. Gaze to your third eye in Shambhavi Mudra with the eyes open wide, unblinking, as you visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
आसन को गुण पीती जाई.
The next asana is Unmukha Pitasana. From Tadakshvasana, the plank position, bring your forearms down on the ground as you walk your feet forward, raising your hips. Lift your chest and head up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
भून्यस्थो जानुनि हस्तौ चतुष्पदम वाङ्मुखम्.
The next asana is Vashishthasana. From Tadakshvasana, rotate your body onto one hand and raise the opposite hand up. Keep the balancing hand directly beneath your shoulder as you raise your hips and gaze up towards the sky, visualizing yourself as Sage Vashishta as you perform the Mula Bandha.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहलमच्यकम्.
Now twist your body in the other direction. Balance on the other hand as you repeat Vashishthasana.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहलमच्यकम्.
Now come to a seated position and extend your legs out in front with the heel down and the toes pointing up. Now bring your hands under the buttocks with the palms facing up. Keep your spine straight, elbows close to your body. Tuck your chin to the chest. Contract the perineal region. As you gaze through the nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman and internally chant the new japa Mahasadaशिवोहम.
दो बूकर की उभय हथेली कोरवार ली मैले भेली.
Next up is Paschimottanasana. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you lean forward and down, holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Perform Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas engaged, and exhale all the air from your lungs in Rechaka Kumbhaka.
जानो बरिल लाटन्तो पश्चिमं दानमुच्यते.
The next asana is Ugrasana. With your legs straight, interlace your fingers behind your neck. Lean your chest forward and down, bringing your head to the knees by the strength of your core. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize Kali in your inner space.
शुभानिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानो परिशिरोऽन्यसेत्.
The next asana is Marichi Asana. Now, sit with the legs extended, bring one heel to the groin with the knee raised, and reach your arm in and around the raised knee as you clasp your hands behind your back. Bring your chest to the thighs, head to the knee, and visualize yourself as Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्
Now drop the knee down to the ground and lean forward, holding onto the front foot with both hands. As you exhale all the air from your lungs, gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji, and perform Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana.
मुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
Now extend the other leg out. Bring the other heel towards the perineum with the knee raised. As you lean forward and interlace your fingers behind your back, in Marichi Asana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now drop the knee down, lean forward, hold onto the foot, engage all three bandhas, repeating Mahamudrasana on the other side.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 2. As you sit and bring the soles of the feet together with your heels close to the perineum, keep your knees wide, hold your feet firmly with both hands, and maintain a straight spine as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उल्भौ तु वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
The next asana is Gvalipavasana. From Bhadrasana, extend your feet away from your body. Keep the toes together, heels apart, knees wide open. As you place your hands on the respective knees, tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
ध्रुव चरपट चौक कखियो सोई वाही विधियो की जे सोई.
The next asana is Joni Asana. Now sit, keep the soles of the feet together and the heels close to your perineum as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, which is projected on the screen. Now hold the soles of the feet as you lean forward and down and bring the forehead to the feet as you gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
दोवो बगतले संपुट करे एड़ी मेड़ के ढिंग धरे.
The next asana is Midakipavasana. As you sit and keep the heels together, toes apart and the knees wide, lean forward and down and extend your hands out to the side. Keep the palms facing down on the ground to the sides as you bring your forehead to the ground behind your heels. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and perform the Mula Bandha.
पूर्व विधि परिबगधली संपुट शोल एड़ी मिली राशे.
Next up is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Now sit and keep the toes together, heels apart. As you bring your arms below the shins, extend them out to the sides and keep the palms facing up. Bring your forehead to the ground above your feet as you bring your toes near your throat if you can. Gaze to the tip of your nose, visualize Lord Surya in your inner space, and perform the Mula Bandha.
दोवो बगतले संपुट करे शोले मेड़ आगा में धरे.
Next up is Chinaki Pavasana. Now sit and keep the heels together, toes apart, as you hold the feet and open them up like a book, bringing the backs of your hands onto the ground and the elbows pressing down on the thighs. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो बगांगी एड़ी धरती मगिवा मेड़ लगावे.
The next asana is Chadapata Chukasana. Sit and bring the soles of the feet together with the heels at your perineum. Open the knees and place your hands on top of the knees as you gently press them down. Pull your stomach in and up, gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोवो बगतली संपुट धारे आगा ने कर जार पसारे.
The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now sit and bring the soles of the feet together With your knees open wide, lift the heels up and bring the toes down onto the ground. As you keep your knees on the ground, pull your stomach in and up and place your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
उल्भौ सम्पीड्य चान्योन्यं व्युत्क्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः
The next asana is Samanasana. Now sit with one heel at the perineum. Lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot to your chest. Gaze to your third eye as you perform the Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
समान आसनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्
The next asana is Apanasana. As you sit, place one leg on top of the respective shoulder and raise the other foot upwards and straight. Keep the hands on the ground to the sides as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोपि यत्नतः.
Now repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring the other heel towards your perineum and pull the opposite foot towards your chest.
समान आसनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
Now repeat Apanasana on the other side. Bring the other leg over top of the respective shoulder, extending the opposite leg forward and up.
परं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोपि यत्नतः.
Next up is Gomukhasana. Now sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of your body with the feet by the opposite hips. Place both hands on top of the stacked knees as you gaze to the nose, visualize the face of a cow, and perform the Mula Bandha. Start breathing in Siddhkari Kumbhaka, pressing your tongue against the palate of your mouth without touching the teeth and hissing through your teeth while inhaling. Internally chant the new japa Om Nithyanandoham.
सर्वे दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
The next asana is Anasuyasana. Now maintain the same posture. Hold on to the big toes of the feet in Prana Mudra as you gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. Engage Udyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
दक्षिण कोडो नीचो ठाने वावोता के ऊपर आने.
Maintain the same position. Interlace your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down as you bring your chin over the knees, the nose towards the ground, and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana too.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि.
The next asana is Garudasana too. Now sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. As you keep the opposite foot flat on the ground with the knee raised to your chest. Keep the hands on the respective knee. As you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
दावो बगमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फ मूलद्वारणी चैदे.
The next asana is Naradasana. Now sit and place your perineum on top of one heel as you interlace your fingers behind your neck and twist your elbows outside of the raised knee. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Narada as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पिष्टि जवाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता हिलगा बेफेरी.
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh Wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding onto the opposite shin as you hold the big toes with the other hand in Prana Mudra. Visualize yourself as Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, as you perform the Mula Bandha.
नवामाङ्गुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकम्
Now, slide your knees over top with the other knee on top, repeating the Gomukhasana position on the other side. Gaze to the nose and visualize the face of a cow as you keep hissing through your teeth without the tongue touching your teeth. In Siddhkari Kumbhaka.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्
Next up is Anasuyasana on the other side. Hold onto the big toes as you visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya.
दक्षिण कोड़ो नीचे उठाने वावो तागे ऊपर आने
Now, from the same position, interlace your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down, chin over the knees, nose towards the ground in Anasuyasana too.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वा गोड़ा की संधि
Now repeat Garudasana 2 on the other side, bringing the other heel towards the perineum, knee raised, hands on the knees, as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
डावो पगमोड़ी एड़ी माहिलो गुल्फमूल द्वार नीचे दे
Next up is Narudasana on the other side. Raise the perineum onto the heel, interlace your fingers behind your neck, and twist your elbows outside of the raised knee, visualizing yourself as Sage Naruda.
पिष्टिजवाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता हिलगा वे फेरी
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana on the other side. Now place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Hold on to the shin and the big toe of that foot as you visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकम्
Next up is Matsindrasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thighs as you place the opposite foot on the ground, flat. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep your raised arm by the neck. Turn your head back and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Matsyendranath, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः
The next asana is Kubhasana. From Matsyendrasana, twist and bring your elbow outside of the raised knee as you extend your hand down to the foot, keeping the opposite hand at the respective ear. Twist your body back. Gaze back and up towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुण झोल हो जाए
Next up is Matsyendrasana 2. Keeping the hand extended down towards the foot, place your hand behind your body onto the ground as you gaze up to your third eye and visualize Matsyendranath.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्
Now repeat Matsyendrasana on the other side. Extend the other leg out. Bring the opposite foot onto the thigh as you twist your elbow outside of the raised knee and gaze back.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः
The next asana is Kubhasana on the other side. Now hold on to the front big toe in prana mudra as you keep the other hand towards the respective ear, gazing back and up towards your third eye and visualizing yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
The hand to the ground behind you, twist your body even further as you visualize Matsyendranath in Matsendrasana too.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीडं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचंड रुक्मंडल खंडनास्त्रम्.
The next asana is Padmasana. Now place your feet on top of the opposite thighs as you keep your palms flat on the respective knees. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you gaze to the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva. Breathe in Sitali Kumbhaka, now pressing your tongue against the back of the teeth, hissing while inhaling as you internally chant the new japa Om Nithyananda Mahasada-Shivoham.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा.
The next asana is Padmasana too. As you sit in Padmasana, cross your hands in front of your body and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Shiva, as you perform the Mula Bandha.
चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरू संस्थो प्रयत्नतः.
The next asana is Kukkutasana. Now sitting in Padmasana, place your hands on the ground between the two thighs as you lift your body up off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster as you breathe calmly in Sahajra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्भोरौरन्तरे करो.
The next asana is Baddha Keki Asana. From Padmasana, raise up onto the knees as you bring your hands flat on the ground with the fingers pointing backwards. Keep the elbows together, press them against the navel, and then lean forward. Find balance and extend your knees up off the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
धरामवष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्पूर्वपरि स्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः.
The next asana is Mayurasana. While on your knees, place your palms on the ground with the fingers pointing backwards. Keep your elbows at the navel, lean back, lean forward, find balance and extend your legs up off the ground, visualizing yourself as a peacock as you perform the Sahajra Kumbhaka and engage the Mula Bandha.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Makarasana. Lay down on your stomach with the feet pointing outwards and the forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck as you visualize yourself as a crocodile and perform the Mula Bandha.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसाद्यमानौ.
As you lay on your stomach, place your hands on the ground beside your chest. Raise your legs up, bring the thighs off the ground, visualizing yourself as a locust. In Shalabhasana.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्यकरयोस्तलाभ्याम्.
The next asana is Ushtrasana. As you lay on your stomach, bring your hands to the feet. Put the feet down towards the ground outside of your hips. As you visualize yourself as a camel and perform the Mula Bandha.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधाय विधृतं कराभ्याम्.
The next asana is Dhanurasana. From Ushtrasana, tighten the grip on your feet and kick the legs back and up as you lean forward and lift your chest off the ground. Gaze up to your third eye and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
त्रिसार्यपादौ भुविदण्डरो बहुकरौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
The next asana is Bhagasana. Now come to a kneeling position with your feet flat on the ground, sitting in between the two heels. Place your hands on top of the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka. As you gaze to your third eye, contract the perineal region in Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उल्टा मोड़ी पाओ तो वैसे बहुरो जगत करे कैसे.
The next asana is Gohi Asana. From the kneeling position, place your elbows on the ground, shoulder width apart. As you interlace your fingers, bring your head towards the ground and hold it with your hands. Now raise your hips up. Walk your feet forward until your hips align with your shoulders. And then raise your legs up off the ground and pull the knees close to your chest. Try to touch your chin with the knees as you roll your body up in the inverted posture. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोई पुनिह कलाजी जाने दोई.
Now, from Gohi Asana, extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः.
Gently lower your body down and come to a seated posture. Now sit with your hands behind your calves and stretch your legs up. Bring your forehead to the knees as you come to a vertical position with your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Bhastika Kumbhaka, rapidly exhaling from your diaphragm, pushing the air out without inhaling, like the bellows of a blacksmith. We're going to perform Bhastika Kumbhaka for the next few asanas, so keep your core engaged and rapidly breathe through your nose.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने घोड़ा तरे का कसी ठाने.
The next asana is Parighasana. Now sit and extend your legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Bring your hands behind. Hold the opposite shoulders as you keep the chest upright, legs straight, toes pointed. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a mace.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
Keep breathing rapidly as you sit and extend your legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Keep your arms parallel to the ground or bring them down to the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana.
तानशयनं कुर्पराभ्यां भूमिमवष्टभ्य.
Next up is Rudrasana. Now sit and lift your feet up. Scoop your hands under the heels and pull the feet towards your chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Rudra. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
पगदली संपुटक हाथस्योपक ऊंचाई.
The next asana is Unmukha too. Now lay down on your back with the feet flat on the ground, the knees raised up. Bring your palms down to the ground with the fingers just touching the back of your heels. Lift your hips up high. Press the feet into the ground as you tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा उत्थाप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेत्तु पीठ उन्मुख नामके.
Now lower your body down flat onto the ground. Keep the palms facing up next to your hips. As you contract the perineal region and forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine towards your Sahasrara chakra in Shakti Chalan Mudra. Relax. Completely unclutch from any micro movements of the body and mind. As you visualize that your body is dead and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest and rock your body from side to side as you return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations! You completed the first 108 asanas of the sequence, which are the Pratama Vinyasa Krama. We are now going to continue the sequence with the next asana, which is Yathasana Nishthasana. Now sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Bring your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka, filling your stomach with prana and meditating on the flame kindling in your stomach as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यथासंस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana. Now sit in a cross-legged position. Keep your hands on the knees with the thumbs and index fingers touching. Take a long, deep inhalation and hold your breath. After exhaling, breathe deeply in and out, visualizing Swamiji and performing the Mula Bandha.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघो.
Next up is Muktasana. Now place the left foot against the gentle region and place the right foot over top of the left. Keep your hands facing down on top of the knees. Gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Muktasana.
निबीड्य सीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्फतः.
Next up is Siddhasana. Maintain the same position as Muktasana. As you switch your gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
स्थानुसंयमितेन्द्रियो तलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
The next asana is Siddhi Asana. Now maintain the same position as in Siddhasana. Switch your gaze to the ground in front of you as you engage all Tribandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादके इडीजानो सीवनिमधितासुकोठानो.
The next asana is Rudrasana too. Keep your legs in the same position as Siddhi Asana. Rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra. Switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
वामचरण परिदक्षिण दाखे एकजुगति ऐसे विधि दाखे.
Next up is Santadunasana. Now maintain the same position Switch your gaze to the nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुण मन की चंचलता मीटे.
Next up is Siddhasana 2. Maintain one heel on top of the other as you bring your hands to the navel, cupping your palms over the other, resembling a lotus flower in Samputa Mudra, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mudra Bandha.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितम्.
The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. In this asana, we are going to perform the Shanmukhi Mudra, which can increase blood pressure. So if you have blood pressure related issues, don't perform this asana. At least pay attention to your body and practice caution. Now set your sankalpa of manifesting through the womb of creation as you maintain the same sitting posture, and then exhale fully as you bring your little fingers beneath the bottom lip, ring fingers above the upper lip, middle fingers closing the nostrils, ring fingers over the eyes, and the thumbs closing the ears.
मध्ये महादेव बंधयोन्यासने शृणु.
The next asana is Virasana. Place one foot on the thigh and the other foot under the opposite thigh. Touch your thumb and index fingers together in Bindu Mudra. Place them on top of the knees as you embody the space and state of bravery. Vida.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः.
The next asana is Valmikasana. Now keep the left heel on the right side of the regenerative organs and the toes under the thigh, with the right foot on top of the left, with the toes by the knee. Keep your hands on the knees, thumbs and index fingers touching. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Valmiki, the great poet, sage, and author of Ramayana.
दावा बगगी बगदली पुनी एडी है जोया.
The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. Now keep your legs in the same position. Switch your gaze to the nose as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, which is representing Devi Parashakti and is a representation of the creative energy of the universe.
वामपादगी बगदली जाहि माहिली कोरे.
Next up is Yoni Asana. Keep your feet and hands in the same position as you switch your gaze to the third eye and keep visualizing the Yoni Mandala, which is projected on the screen.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफलेनिलम्.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 3. As you sit and bring the soles of the feet together, holding them with both hands, bring your knees down towards the ground, gazing to the tip of your nose, visualizing Lord Viravaja in your inner space as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवं च पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
The next asana is Aghodasana. Now keep the soles of the feet together, heels at the perineum. Press your tongue up against the roof of your mouth or even higher, if you can, into the nasal tract in Kechari Mudra. Gaze to your third eye. As you cover your mouth with the right hand, close the left nostril with the index finger. Inhale through the right nostril, close both nostrils, and then hold your breath. After you exhale through the left nostril, repeat on the other side in Abhyantara Kumbhaka. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a Naghori. Next up is Kanadi Pavasana. Bring the feet together in front, with the toes together and the heels apart. Place your elbows onto the heels as you rest your chin on the palms. Gaze to the tip of your nose and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. As you perform Rechaka Kumbhaka, fully exhale and hold your breath in the exhaled state as you visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water.
ग्वाली पाव आसन कक्ष्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि जैसे.
Next up is Padasana. Now sit with the knees raised, arms between the thighs and calves, and interlace your fingers as you lift your feet off the mat. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
ततोर्ध्वम्रे च येत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वाससंयुतम्.
The next asana is Gopi Chandasana. Now interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles together and place the toes at the groove of your throat, the heels on your chest. Tuck your chin onto the hands and gaze to the nose, embodying the state and space of a king as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पूरव विधि बगा का अंगूठा कंठकूप राशे.
The next asana is Uddarasana. Now sit with the soles of the feet together. Insert your hands underneath the legs as you hold the feet with interlocked fingers. Bring your feet up to the chest. Bring your head down and touch the chin to the soles as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize your body free from any defects.
दोवो पकदली संपुटटाने उभय हस्तकरी उरद हिताने.
Next asana is Vishishtasana. From the same position, raise your feet up even higher. Bring your feet in front of your face with the interlocked fingers in front of your forehead. Visualize yourself excelling in everything as you perform the Mula Bandha.
दोवो पकदली जोड़ी संपुट करे.
The next asana is Bhujasana. From a seated position, lift both legs over top of the respective shoulders as you bring your arms underneath the legs and up, interlacing your fingers around the back of your neck. Visualize yourself as a cobra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
शिरासनं तविज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परम्.
The next asana is Kalyanasana. Now maintain a seated posture, raise your legs up and bring your elbows under the knees as you wrap your arms around your back with the palms clasped behind. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess.
दोवो हाथ भगों बीच आने तिनको घोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
The next asana is Sankatasana. With the left knee on the mat, place the left foot flat on the ground and sit down on the left heel as you bring the right leg over top of the left, heel close to the hip. Visualize yourself as a swan as you perform the Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth as you perform the Mula Bandha.
वामपादं चितेन मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले.
The next asana is Dhenukasana. Now slide the heel outside of the hip. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you keep your hands on top of the knees. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडं ऋषिरिन्दगल्यम्नि.
The next asana is Machandrasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh and the left foot on the right knee. Bring the left hand behind your back and hold onto the right thigh. As you place the right hand on the left thigh, twist your body and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space and performing the Mula Bandha.
आमजंगभरत चिनटाने वामहस्त बिष्टि दिशा आने.
Next up is Machandrasana 2. From Machandrasana, untwist and hold onto the respective big toes in Prana Mudra. As you lean your forehead down so it touches the ground, as you place your chest down on the heels, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथमजी मनो चरण जुजोयि वामजंग परिराखे सोयि.
Now interlace your fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in your inner space in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य निष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्भं संस्थाप्य.
Now again, sit down on the heel, this time on the right foot, as you keep the top of the foot on the ground and interlace your fingers on top of the other knees, visualizing yourself as a swan.
वामपादं चितेन मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले.
Now slide the heel outside the hip. Place both hands on top of the up knee as you visualize a cow in your inner space and Dhenukasana on the other side.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडं ऋषिरिन्दगल्यम्नि.
Next up is Machandrasana on the other side. Bring the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Twist your body. Keep one arm behind your back and hold on to the opposite thighs as you gaze to the third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Next up is Machandrasana 2. Now hold onto the feet as you lean forward and down, bringing your chest towards the heels and your forehead onto the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now place your hands interlaced on the top knee as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in Guru Asana, engaging all three bandhas. The next asana is Pashasana. Now sit with the feet flat on the ground, knees against your chest, with the hands holding onto the opposite knees. Keep your thighs together, spine straight, the tongue pressed against the roof of your mouth in Kechari Mudra as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Bodha Shukasana. As you keep the feet flat on the mat, wrap your arms around the legs and hold onto the opposite wrists. Place your chin onto the knees as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself being in an abode of bliss. The next asana is Kurakatasana. Maintain the same position, but place your arms under the knees and hold onto the opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose. Keep your tongue pressed up in Kechari Mudra, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
दोवों हाथ पग बाहर ले आवे, गोडा नीचे ले टहरावे.
Maintaining the same hold beneath the knees, bring the right foot over top of the left so the heels cross with the toes pointing up. Gaze to your nose and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in Sumati Asana.
मूलद्वारी धरती परिठाने डावा पग परिदच पद आने.
The next asana is Dandasana. Now extend your feet out straight with the arms raised straight above your head. Interlace the fingers with the wrists pointed outwards. As you engage all three bandhas, gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform Mahamudra Bandha.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
The next asana is Arambhasana. Now sit with your legs straight. Hold the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. As you lean your chest forward and down, bring your head to the knees. Inhale through the left nostril and exhale through the right. Perform Nadi Shodhana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोवों पग मिलिवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीलाट गोड़ा लगावे.
The next asana is Bhidokasana. Now sit with the legs straight. Extend the knees slightly up. Bring one hand distance between the heels. As you bring your shoulders down, wrap your hands in and around the legs. Hold the soles of the feet as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बैसी दोवों पाव पसारी कछुक ऊर्धको गुरडो डारे.
The next asana is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now extend both legs out with the heels together. Place your chin on the heels as you insert your hands below the legs. Keep the elbows together on the ground along with your fingers, palms facing up. Gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
दो एड़ी मेल के दीजिए हाथ पसारी।
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. As you sit with the legs extended, lift one foot behind the neck. Lean forward and down as in Paschimottanasana. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, if you can't bring your leg behind your neck, focus on the prana flowing up from the Muladhara to the Brahmarandha, through the 9 various points within the body, which are the soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the middle of the eyebrows, the forehead, and the Brahmarandha, the crown of the head. Now engage the Mula Bandha as you perform Urdhva Paschimottanasana.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्।
The next asana is Anantasana. Now lie on your back, lift the right leg behind the neck. The left hand holds the foot from the top. As you straighten your body, concentrate on the prana moving from Muladhara to Brahmarandha. Gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as infinite, endless, or eternal, Ananta.
उत्तानशयनि एकैकं पायी ग्रीवाजां विन्यस्य।
The next asana is Ankushasana. From Anantasana, rest on the elbow of the hand holding the foot. Concentrate on the prana flowing up as you gaze to the nose and feel in complete control.
उत्तानसहित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
The next asana is Drushasana. Lie down on the back as you bring your knees to the chest. Encircle your thighs and calves with your arms as you rock your body from side to side, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानसेनं जानुनी हृदयवष्टम्भ.
Now bring the other leg behind your neck. Repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Again, if you can't bring your leg behind your neck, just pull it up as high as you can and then lean forward. Hold on to the foot.
पश्चिमतारवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now, with the leg still behind your back, straighten your body, lay on your back, hold onto the foot with the opposite hand as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as being endless.
उत्तानसेने एकैकं बाजी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto your elbow and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानसेत एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Yoga Nidra. As you lie on your back, lift your legs one by one up behind your head. Hold your hands behind your back as you gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and focus on the upward flowing prana.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनम्.
The next asana is Atmadhammasana. While laying on your back, raise your legs towards your head, wrap your hands around the legs and interlace your fingers behind your neck. Gaze to the nose as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथम सुधो सोवे.
The next asana is Kochikasana. As you lay on your back, bring your knees to the chest with the soles facing up and extend your arms out sideways. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
हाथ सीधा सा करे 300 उभय सभा करे.
Next up is the Jatara Parivritti. This asana consists of 3 steps. We are going to perform all 3 steps and then repeat them on the other side. Let us first enter a neutral position, which is laying on your back with the knees to your chest and the arms reaching out to the sides at shoulder level. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space, perform the Mula Bandha and focus on the upward flowing prana in Pratyahara Kumbhaka. As you perform the first step, which is bringing one knee to the side onto the ground while extending the other leg down. Now bring both knees bent to the side. Straighten both knees to the side, hold onto the feet and gaze in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्ति कोक्षिभागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः.
Now come back to the neutral position, arms extended out to the sides and the knees pulled to your chest. As you drop the other knee towards the ground, extending the other leg down. Now bring both knees to the side and extend both knees to the side, gazing in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्ति कोक्षिभागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः.
Next up is the Dvipadapitam. As you lay on your back, bend your knees and place your feet flat on the ground. Hold onto your ankles and lift your hips up, gazing to the nose and visualizing yourself as sturdy as a bridge. As you start breathing in the Mocha Kumbhaka, as you keep the Jalandhara Bandha engaged, while exhaling, force the air out through the throat lock gently. This will bring about a state of swooning in the yogi. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदम्.
Next up is Palyankasana. Laying on your back with the feet flat on the mat, bring your arms over your head and place your hands flat on the mat as well, with the fingers pointing towards your feet. Lift your entire body up off the ground as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Breathe through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka as you perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमवष्टभ्य.
The next asana is Shvatanasana. Lay on your back with the knees to your chest. With the hands on the respective shoulders, move your hips in a circular motion and visualize that you're a dog playfully laying on its back. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
शरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभौ वाणीय.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. Lie supine, raise your hips and legs up as you extend your hands down on the mat below, helping you balance your body as your legs are raised up. Move your legs in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and keep Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
भूतले सशिरो दत्त्वा खेनये चरणद्वयम्.
Next up is the Viparita Karani too. Now stop the movement of your legs. Keep them pointing up straight as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी.
Next up is Langdalasana. As you lay on your back, lift your hips and take your feet over the head with the toes on the floor. Stretch your hands out on the ground behind your back. Clasp your palms, rest on your neck and shoulders. As you visualize yourself as a plow, breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
दिवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भा पादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वमुन्नयेत्.
The next asana is Sajita Paschimottanasana. As you lie on your back in the same position, bring your hands to the feet. Pull your thighs to the chest and hold on to the toes as you keep your arms and legs straight. This is one of the 84 different asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself. Visualize Paramashiva as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. Maintaining the same position, bring your hip over top of the shoulder level and open your legs wide apart. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
परिवृत्ति कोक्षे भागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः.
The next asana is Chakrasana. Now bring your legs over top of your head, toes on the ground, hold onto the ankles of the feet and roll onto your back, keeping your legs straight. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel, as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
पासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो.
Next up is Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana. As you lay on your back with the legs vertical, hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra and then open your legs wide to the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you return to breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
The next asana is Supta Padangushtasana. Now, hold onto the big toes and join your feet together above your body, keeping your legs straight and your arms straight as well. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
The next asana is Matsyasana. From Supta Padangushtasana, move your legs into Padmasana and lay on your back, holding onto the opposite elbows over your head. Gaze to the nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu. Matsyasana.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशैलं चरेत्.
The next asana is Parasharamasana. Laying on your back with the legs in Padmasana, place the backside of the right hand onto the left palm. Gaze to the nose and visualize Rama in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सुदोषो वे भूपरिपाचे.
The next asana is Sarvangasana. While laying on your back, legs in Padmasana, lift your hips and legs up. Bring your hands to the hips, supporting you with the elbows on the floor. As you tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha, contract the perineal region in Mula Bandha, gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथ वक्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनम् उत्तमम्.
Next up is Vrishchikasana. As you lay on your back, one foot on the opposite thigh, lift the other knee towards your head, extend both arms up above your head, and hook the fingers forward, gazing to your third eye and visualizing yourself as a scorpion.
प्रथमशेन सुधोषी शिकेशिकी संधि सुदाखे.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side.
प्रथमशेन सुधोषी शिकेशिकी संधि सुदाखे.
The next asana is Vrishabhadakshipasana. Now lay on your back and interlace your fingers around the neck as you lift both feet off the ground, extending one leg straight and the other knee pulled to the chest. Alternate extending and raising the knee again and again, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space and breathing calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिः कन्द्रां बद्ध्वा.
The next asana is Marottanasana. Lay on your back and lift your legs one by one up, touching the knees to your ears as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
शोत्तानवत् संस्थितिः कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
Next up is Vrikasana. While laying on your back, place the sole of the feet flat on the ground. Stand up and then sit back down, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
अथ उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Luddhasana. Lay on your back and quickly throw your legs up above your head. Completely roll over. Repeat this again and again, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Finish in a prone position.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य.
As you lay flat on your belly with the toes extended and the hands on the ground by your shoulders, contract your lips and make the sound of a flute, whistling while inhaling in Saladhasana Pranayama. Visualize yourself as a chariot, carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back.
युज्यशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय.
The next asana is Dehalyulanganasana. Now push your body up into Tadakshvasana, the plank position, as you jump your legs forward and back between the arms again and again. Visualize yourself go beyond the body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्यचरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीज्य.
The next asana is Jatyasana. From a standing position, bend forward and place your hands on the mat, walking back and forth as you visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जाति स्मरो भवेत्.
Next up is the Luritika Karana. Stand with your knees bent, feet pointing outwards, and bend your elbows. Keep your hands at the chest level. Swiftly move your arms across your body and then bring them back to the center. Tilt your head back, open up your chest towards the sky, and move your head in all directions. The next asana is Saripasana. As you tie your feet with a rope, stand erect like a rod. Keep your arms at the side of your body with the hands touching your thighs. Visualize that your Kundalini, Devi, is raising and curling upwards around your body. As you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka, leading the prana along your spine, contract the perineal region. Force the Kundalini Shakti up. As you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपाणाय केवलम्.
The next asana is Ushtrasadhanasana. While standing, place all fingers on the mat and then stand on your hands. Keep your feet on the fists as you begin to move and walk like a camel. Visualize yourself as a camel as you walk around on the mat.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Ashvasana. Maintain the same position. Walk around on the hands as you visualize yourself as a horse.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय.
The next asana is Kapota Nitakasana. As you stand straight with the feet together, interlace your hands behind your back in Padusha Mudra. Pull them down towards your calves as you open up your chest widely. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय.
Next up is the Tala Pushpa Putam Karana. Stand tall with the palms together in Namaskara Mudra as you gently bend your knees and keep the toes pointing outwards. Simultaneously open up the palms and raise one heel off the ground as you slightly lower the waist and shoulder of the respective heel, bowing to both sides. As you visualize you're holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. Next asana is Khadgasana. As you lay down on your stomach, jump your feet up towards your hands and stand. As you bring the palms together, forming the horn of the rhinoceros in Namaskara Mudra, visualizing yourself as a rhinoceros and gaze to the nose.
नुजसरतमासनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिम् अवष्टभ्य.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Hold onto weights if you want to intensify this asana. Now sit down all the way or as low as you can to the ground and stand back up. Do this again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः उत्थातव्यम् असितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
The next asana is Musalasana. Now stand up straight, raise your arms up over your head and jump repeatedly as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत्.
The next asana is Utshesakasana. From a standing position, pull the sole of the foot towards your chest, while with the other leg sit down and stand back up. Alternate on both sides as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय.
Next up is the Parshvajanu Karana. Now stand and keep one leg slightly bent with the toes pointing to the side. Bend and lift the opposite knee towards your chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep your arms holding the knee with a hand in a fist as you place the other hand on top of the respective thigh with the fingers pointing inwards. The next asana is Tandavasana. You can hold weights to intensify this asana. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva as you stand on one leg with the opposite leg extended forward. Lower your body down to the mat and then stand back up straight.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
The next asana is Brahmanasana. Now place one foot onto the opposite thigh as you stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your hands by the sides, visualizing yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
The next asana is Garudasana 3. Stand tall and wrap the left leg over and around the right knee as you tuck the left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously cross the left arm below the right and bring the palms together in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहिमस्गारुडमेव च.
The next asana is Ekapadasana. Now bring the leg to the other thigh as you keep the hands hanging down by the sides towards the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
The next asana is Dhruvasana. Stand on the right leg and hold onto the big toes of the left foot as you straighten the left leg out to the side and visualize yourself as the North Pole Star as you rotate on the standing leg.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Trivikramasana. Stand on the right leg and lift the left foot behind your neck if you can. Then stand tall. Otherwise, you can pull the leg towards your chest. Then alternate standing and sitting. Perform the 3 steps of Vishnu as you visualize Lord Vishnu in your inner space.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यम्.
Now repeat the Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Now visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva as you repeat Tandavasana on the other side.
पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now repeat Brahmanasana on the other side.
ब्राह्मणासनम् आवक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
And repeat Garudasana 3 on the other side.
नगुर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च.
Now bring your foot to the opposite hip with the hands hanging down as you repeat Ekapadasana on the other side.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now hold on to the opposite foot, holding the big toe in Prana Mudra as you rotate your body on the mat, visualizing yourself as the North Pole Star in Dhruvasana.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Bring the other leg behind your neck if you can. Sit down and stand back up while visualizing Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is the Samanaka Karana. Stand with the feet close together, toes pointed slightly out. Keep both hands to the sides of your body as you stand straight on the mat and relax. After this intense asana practice, this intense sequence, breathe deeply.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your 3 eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashi Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
As we enter into the final 100 asanas of the sequence. The next asana is Goda Kajali asana. Stand erect and then bend forward. Bring both hands underneath the knees and make a finger lock in Padusha Mudra as you sit in a squatting posture, and then let the finger lock touch your navel. Visualize Sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, as you perform the Jivachala Kumbhaka, forcefully moving the retained prana up and down within your body and throughout your limbs, along with the mind. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
प्रथम ही उभं होय बाहुरी नीचो पुनि होवे.
The next asana is Kanchira asana. Now insert your hands between the thighs and calves and then wrap them around behind your butt, interlacing your fingers behind your back. Keep your chest upright. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्ध्वमध्यात् हस्तौ निवेशयानितं वं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Bhairu asana. Now bring your feet together and sit in a squatting posture with the heels touching the perineum. Hold the hands at the back. In Parusha Mudra, sit upright and gaze to your navel, visualizing Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दो उपक की धैर्य की माहिली को और मिलाई.
Next up is Varahasana. Now squat all the way down to the ground. Keep your feet together, toes apart. Bring your elbows up close to your head and join your palms behind your back with fingers pointing down. Gaze to the nose and visualize a boar, which is one of the 10 incarnations of Mahavishnu.
पागदली की माहिली को और मिलाई फना पानी उकड़बई से.
The next asana is Pripitasana. With the heels touching, bring your hips to the same level as your knees. Let your hands hang down. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
पार्श्वद्वयसं मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानुप्रदेश आनीय.
Next up is Bakasana. Now place your hands on the mat, fingers wide, and place your knees onto the back of your arms with the eyes forward. Lean forward and down, lifting your feet off the ground as you visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्याम अवनिमवष्टभ्याम.
The next asana is Sushtanga Kapali Asana. Now kneel down, head on the ground with the palms spread for support. Raise your body on your head and place your legs into Padmasana as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुण कपाल आछो होई.
The next asana is Guptasana. Lower your body down onto the mat and sit in a kneeling position. Keep your toes touching behind and sit in between the heels. As you place your hands on the knees, sit straight and gaze to the nose as you visualize you are sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru.
ध्यानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्.
The next asana is Vrikshasana too. This is another inverted posture. So if you have any blood pressure related issues, please take precautions. If you need aid in support performing this asana, if you have a partner available, they can aid you. Otherwise, you can use a wall for support. You can walk the wall up and down. This is a progression where you can increase your arm strength and finally be able to perform this asana yourself. Now, place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, and lift your body up straight into a handstand. Visualize you're a tree with deep roots into the ground as you breathe calmly in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाद्य वृक्षासन विशेषकान्.
Next up is Shiva Asana. Move your hands closer together and again enter the handstand posture. Visualize Tejas energy is flowing to your third eye. As you gaze up to your third eye, the Tejas energy will rejuvenate your body.
दो पग जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
The next asana is Matsyasana too. Now visualize yourself as a fish as you enter a plank position. Lower your body down to the mat and push it back up again and again as you engage the Mula Bandha.
दिव्यं शयनं कूर्परो पार्श्वभागायाम् ऊर्ध्वकृत्य.
Next up is Sarpasana too. Lie prone on your belly with the hands on the hips and lift your chest to the left and right, visualizing and moving your body like a snake.
दिव्यं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Nidalambanasana. Lay prone on your belly with the hands in Padma Mudra, the lotus mudra, holding onto the chin. Keep the toes pointing backwards, feet together, as you feel self-supported and completely independent.
कराभ्यां भङ्गजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कूर्परया सुधीः.
The next asana is Chakrasana. As you lay on your stomach, place your hands flat on the mat in front. Straighten your arms and bend your knees. Bring the feet towards the upper back and lift your head and chest up, visualizing yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनवस्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
The next asana is Vajrasana. Now sit on the knees with the tops of the feet flat on the mat. Bring your butt onto the heels. Stretch your arms out in front and place the palms facing down as you bring your forehead to the mat. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing your indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Next asana is Meshasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart, and raise your hips up high into Gajasana. Then alternate striking the ground with your hands as you experience yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
The next asana is Ajasana. From Gajasana position, lift your legs up into the air and slowly bring your forehead to the ground. Visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयम् अन्तराले कृत्य.
The next asana is Dhanantarasana. As you sit on your heels with the legs together, interlace your fingers around the toes. Fold the feet towards your perineum and then place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine straight, gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and return to breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
पूर्व विधि परिहाता की काकसीस्यो भणा शरामोडी.
Next up is the Angamotanam. Interlace your fingers in front of your body and then behind you, stretching your arms forward to the sides and backwards as you give massage to various different joints and muscles within your body. Visualize Swamiji as you do so.
हस्तयोः अंगुले बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमंगं निष्कासयित्वा.
Next up is Garudasana form. Now sit on your heels in Vajrasana as you turn your feet out to the sides. Keep your thighs and knees resting on the ground. Keep your spine straight, hands on the knees. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
जग्गोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुनाम्.
Next up is Ananda Mandirasana. Now sit with your legs folded back, the toes pointing backwards, the knees wide, with the hands below the ankles. Keep the front of your buttocks on the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनम्.
Next up is Mandukasana 2. Now sit with the knees wide, the feet overlapping on top of your ankles. Keep your hands underneath the knees, gaze to the nose, and visualize yourself as a frog as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
पृष्ठं संपीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सवलयाकृतिः.
The next asana is Narasimhasana. As you keep your toes on the mat with the heels up and together, place your perineum on top of the heels. Keep your palms on the ground with the fingers spread wide apart, thumbs touching the base of the hand, touching the toes. Gaze to your nose, stick your tongue out and exhale forcefully. Visualize Narasimha, one of the 10 avatars of Vishnu, as you perform the Mula Bandha. The next asana is Vishrakasana. Sit on the toes and place your perineum on the heels as you separate your knees and place them on the ground. Make a hollow of your palms and place it on your mouth. Keep your thumbs under the teeth and close your lips. Gaze to your nose. Inhale through the right nostril and exhale through your mouth as per your capacity in Vishraka Pranayama. Visualize yourself as Devi, presiding over any and all minuscule fears you might have. The next asana is Makadasana. Now bring the soles together, the top of the feet on the ground. As you sit on the heels, bend your elbows, bring your fingers to the armpits, and imitate as if you were a monkey stretching itself. Visualize yourself as a playful monkey as you gaze to your third eye and perform the Mula Bandha. The next asana is Vajrasangarasana. Stand on the toes with the soles of the feet together. Sit on the heels, keep your knees wide and off the floor. Hold your elbows behind your back as you gaze to the nose. Embody a diamond-like strength for yourself and your Sangha, your spiritual community. The next asana is Kanjanasana. Now keep the toes down, ankles crossed behind, and sit on the heels. Place your palms on the mat to the sides as you gaze to the nose and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments. The next asana is Kurmasana, the turtle posture. With your toes flat, cross your feet and place your perineum onto the back of the heels. Keep your knees wide and on the floor. Rest your hands on the knees. Gaze to the nose and visualize a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. The next asana is Yogasana. With the toes flat, cross your feet and place your perineum onto the back of the heels. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vijogasana. Now stand on your knees, cross your ankles behind, with the feet near the opposite knee. Hold the calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside as you gaze to your third eye and visualize a space of eternal oneness, Advaita, with your Guru.
घोड़ा वामो उभय होई घोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोई.
The next asana is Ushtrasana 2. In a kneeling position, bend backwards, hold your ankles with your hands and keep your arms straight. Push your hips forward and tilt your head back as you visualize yourself as a camel.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ़्य संविपादय शिष्पुमान.
Next up is Jatyasana 2. With the heels together and the hands on the soles of the feet, slowly lean back. Bring the elbows down to the mat, followed by the back of your head. Gaze to the nose and experience yourself as a lotus blooming.
दो एड़ी संपुट करे सोले मूलद्वारी तो हृदय.
Next up is Viratasana. Sit on the knees with the thighs and calves together. Lean back and touch your back to the ground. Then rise back up. Do this again and again as you visualize the healing and liberation of all causal, subtle forms of your body. Gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
जंगा पृष्ठभूमो निधाय जंगोदरयोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य.
Next asana is Kapotasana. From Viratasana, raise your hips higher. Bring your forearms to the mat and hold the back of the heels. As you bring your head in between the feet, visualize yourself as a beautiful dove and perform the Mula Bandha.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ़्य संविपादय शिष्पुमान.
The next asana is Vadasana. Now stand upright on the knees with the toes tucked. Hold your arms with opposite hands and gaze to the nose. This is the boon-fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva.
जानुनि भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा.
Next up is Vadahasana 2. Keep your knees together, toes tucked behind. Lean forward as you bring the elbows to the mat. With your hands holding the head, rest your buttocks on the heels and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar incarnation of Mahavishnu.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यते.
The next asana is Mundasana. This is another inverted posture. Use a wall for support if needed. Now kneel down, place your elbows on the mat, shoulder width apart. Interlace your fingers and place your head onto the mat, supporting it with both hands. Walk your feet forward until your hips align with the shoulders and then raise your legs straight up. Be stable. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as a lopped tree as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Mundasana.
अधो मुंडासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Next asana is Andhasana. In a kneeling position, place your head in between the knees and the elbows outside of the knees. Hold your head with both hands, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe through your mouth and perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथम भगदली समठारावे कोरमा हिली उभे मिलावे.
The next asana is Viparita Shalabhasana. You can hold weights to intensify this asana. As you lie on your belly with the arms extended straight out, lift your thighs, arms, and chest off the ground. Visualize yourself as a locust and perform the Mula Bandha.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके.
The next asana is Kapalasana. Lie on your belly with the arms at the side, palms facing down. Keep your forehead on the ground and keep your chest on the mat as you lift your legs up together. Visualize yourself as a skull, representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment.
कपालं भूमो निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत्.
The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. As you lay on your stomach, keep your hands by the sides and lift your legs up over your head. As you slowly place your feet on the mat in front of your head, keep the palms flat on the mat behind, visualizing yourself as a free and open dove. As you breathe in Sahasrara Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य.
The next asana is Chatakasana. As you sit on your knees, bring the chest down so the navel touches the knees and keep your hands and elbows flat on the ground. Be sturdy. Visualize yourself as a sparrow as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पूर्वपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामवष्टभ्य.
The next asana is a Vrishchikasana too. Now kneel down, keep your hands and elbows on the mat as you raise your legs, bend your back to touch the feet onto your head. Lift your chin and hold as you visualize yourself as a scorpion.
विच्छेवपुच्छप्रतिमाङ्घ्रिपार्श्वे धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
Now place the perineum down on the right heel as you keep the left foot outside of the hip with the toes pointing outwards. Now visualize yourself as a bull as you start breathing in the Antarangaka Kumbhaka, forcefully inhaling through your nose, holding the breath for a short while and then exhaling slowly.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
The next asana is Lulasana. From the kneeling position, place your hands flat on the mat in front. Lift your knees off the ground and cross the toes over the left. The left toes over the right as you balance above the mat and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now directly place your perineum down on the other heel as you repeat Vrishasana on the other side.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Next up is Balagunasana. Now place the left toes on the ground and sit on the heel of the left foot. Place the right foot flat on the ground with the knee raised against the chest. Keep your palms on the respective knees as you maintain an upright position. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल बिकार जाई.
Next up is Grahasana. Squat with the feet flat on the mat as you bring your elbows under the thighs, wrap your hands around the shins, and hold onto your ankles from the outside. Visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये हस्तगुर्परौ स्थाप्य.
Next up is Balagunasana on the other side. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल बिकार जाई.
Next up is Utkatasana. You can use weights to intensify this asana. As you squat on your toes with the heels up, the knees off the mat, place your perineum onto the heels and your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine upright, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
विजास्पिजोस्येत ऊर्वजानु यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana too. Now sit on the toes with the perineum on the heels, the soles of the feet together. Keep the knees wide and off the ground as you hold the opposite elbows behind your back. Gaze forward as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम प्राणापानी होए जैसे दो एड़ी कुदानी वैसे.
The next asana is Anilasana. Now squat or sit with the feet hip-width apart, with the hands under the soles of the feet from the inside. Palms facing down. Keep your arms straight, elbows at the navel, and gaze to the nose as you visualize you are able to consume and live off of air alone.
दो हाथ भूमि पर उठाने, कहनी जाड़ी ना भी लगाने.
Next up is Padukasana. Now place the back of your hands on the mat with the fingers facing towards your body. Step the feet on top of the hands with your hands wrapped around the feet like a shoe. Start walking around on your mat as you visualize you're wearing padukas walking across India.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा
Next up is Kukkuttanasana. Now place your palms on the mat, raise both feet upwards into the air, and let them fall back down. Do this again and again as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
Next up is Viparita Nrityasana. Now place your hands on the mat and raise your legs upwards into a handstand. As you move around on two hands dancing, feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next up is Kunjarasana. Now separate your feet and place one palm down on the mat with the arm straight. Bring the opposite arm towards your head. Be stable. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe calmly in Sahadra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now exchange the position of your hands. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Next asana is Kadambasana. Sit on the ground with your feet flat and the heels close to your body. Hold the respective ankles with your hands as you lift your feet off the ground and visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life.
पार्श्वभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा.
Next up is Bhavana Muktasana. Now sit with the heels at the perineum, hold the knees with your hands and press them towards your chest. Visualize any excess vata being released or balanced within your system as you perform the Mula Bandha.
स्तुपादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके.
The next asana is Chakodasana. Now sit and lift one leg behind your head as you place both hands flat on the mat. Extend the opposite leg up with the knee straight as you lift your entire body up off the ground. Keep your chin up, gaze to your third eye, and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं च दुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
The next asana is Dhanurasana too. As you sit on the ground, hold the respective big toes in Prana Mudra. As you keep one leg straight and pull the other foot towards your ear, visualizing yourself as a ball.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
The next asana is Ashtavakrasana. Now lift the left leg over top of the left shoulder and bring the right foot across. Hook it over the left foot. Lean forward and down while extending the legs out to the side. Lift up your head and chest, find balance and visualize yourself as a flying crane.
पाशिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
The next asana is Pranasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh and bring the left foot flat on the ground as you have the left shoulder underneath the raised left leg and place your hands flat on the ground. Press the right knee down with the right hand as you gaze to your third eye and visualize you're immortal and able to exist solely from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Next up is Parshva Matsyendrasana. Now keep one leg bent on the ground with a foot at the opposite hip and bring the other leg over top as you twist your body around the raised knee and interlace your hands below the raised knee. Gaze to your third eye and visualize the great sage and yogi Nithyananda, the master of Hatha Yoga.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Now repeat Chakodasana on the other side. Now sit and lift the other leg behind your neck, keeping your hands at the side and raising your whole body up with the other leg extended, gazing to your third eye and visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now repeat Dhanurasana 2 on the other side, holding the big toes of both feet in Prana Mudra as you pull the opposite foot towards your ear, visualizing yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठोदपाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Now lift the right leg over top of the right shoulder, cross the left foot over the right, and extend the legs out to the side, balancing as you visualize yourself as a flying crane.
आशिष्टमतकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now repeat Pranasana on the other side. Bring the other foot over top, shoulder underneath, push the knee down and place the other one on the ground as you visualize yourself being immortal and able to exist solely from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Now repeat Parshvamatsyendrasana on the other side, bringing one heel to the opposite hip, the other leg over top of the knee as you twist your body around and bring your hands underneath and interlace the fingers behind your back, twisting your body even further, gazing up to your third eye and visualizing Matsyendranath.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Next up is Ardha Paschimottanasana. As you keep one leg straight and press the perineum with one heel, lean your chest forward and down, hold onto the front foot and bring your head towards the knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वना सीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Next up is Kranchasana. Now place your left ankle outside of the hip, hold the sole of the right foot and lift the leg up towards your forehead. Keep the knees straight. Visualize yourself as a crane as you engage the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side, keeping the opposite heel against the perineum, leaning forward and down. Perform the Jivachala Kumbhaka, moving the prana up and down within your body.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वना सीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Now repeat Kranchasana on the other side. As you bring the other heel outside of the hip, extend the opposite leg up, holding the foot with the knee straight, visualizing yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next asana is Swastikasana. Now sit with the soles between the thighs and calves. Keep your spine straight, the palms resting on the knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose and embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity as you visualize a swastika.
तानूर्भोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Next up is Gorakshasana. As you keep your feet in the same position, cover your heels with the respective hands. Tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to the tip of your nose, visualizing the great sage Goraknath as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
तानूर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Pakasana 2. Now bring the left heel to the perineum and the right foot on the left thigh. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Meditate on Arihanta, the Enlightened One. As you gaze to your third eye, perform the Mula Bandha And we enter the Shanmukhi Mudra once more. As you exhale, close your eyes with the index fingers, nose with the middle fingers, mouth with ring and little fingers, the ears with your thumbs.
वामपार्श्वे गुदौ संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजगने.
Next up is Yogasana 2. As you keep your feet on top of the opposite knees, place your hands on the ground beside your body with the palms facing up. Keep your spine straight, gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Start breathing in Kakachantra Kumbhaka, rolling up the tongue and keeping your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow. As you inhale through the rolled up tongue, cooling down your body.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः.
Next up is Urdhva Kukutasana. Now rotate your hands next to your body and push your body off the mat, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
वासिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Siddha Haratali Asana. From Padmasana, insert both hands through the knees and place them on the mat. Avoid lifting your body up. Stay seated in this position as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे हस्तदो गोकोडासन दिधरे.
Next up is Hamsasana. From Padmasana, lift your body off the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तं ऊरोनि नीत्वा.
Next up is Karmukasana. From Padmasana, place your hands between the thighs and calves. Lean forward and while sitting, reach your hands behind your body in Parasha Mudra. As you bring your forehead to the floor, gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bowl.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे घोड़ासन दिमाही करिधरे.
The next asana is Kurmasana 2. Sitting in Padmasana, lift your knees and insert both hands through the thighs and calves. As you bend your elbows and hold onto the respective shoulders with your hands, visualize yourself as a turtle, having a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years.
बाईजंग पर दक्षिण बावा दाईजंग पर बाईं ल्यावा.
The next asana is Granthi Bedasana. From Padmasana, insert both hands through the thighs and calves. Bend your elbows, hold the respective shoulders, tuck your chin to the chest. Gaze at the nose and rejoice, knowing you're in Shiva's secret knot posture.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठा ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभम्.
The next asana is Uttana Kurmasana. From Padmasana, insert both hands through the thighs and calves. As you roll onto your back, hold onto the respective shoulders with your hands and gaze to the nose, embodying a turtle laying on its back.
कुक्कुटासन बन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरम्.
Next up is Pangu Kukutasana. From Padmasana, place both hands through the gap of the thighs and calves. Place one hand flat on the mat and hold its wrist with the other hand. Lift your body up off the mat, balancing on one arm as you visualize yourself as a rooster and perform the Mula Bandha.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य प्रतिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now exchange the position of your hands. Lift your body up onto the other hand as you repeat Pangu Kukutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य प्रतिबन्धं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Gridrasana. From Padmasana, place your elbows on the toes, interlace your fingers, and rest your chin on the knuckles. Keep your thumbs pressed to the throat as you visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Padmasana 3. From Padmasana, hold one hand over the other with the palms facing upwards. Keep your spine straight, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas engaged.
उत्तानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितौ योगिरात्.
Next up is Padmasana 4. From Padmasana, place your palms on top of the knees. Keep your spine straight, gaze to the nose, engage the Mula Bandha, and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायु प्रसिद्धये.
Next up is Karmakasana 2. From Padmasana, keep the left hand on the left knee and hook the right hand around the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. As you pull your elbow back as if you're pulling a bowstring, moving the big toe in a circular motion. Visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, as you repeat the movement on the other side as well.
आसनमावक्ष्य योगपूरकरक्षणात्.
Next up is Karmakasana 3. From Padmasana, cross your arms behind your back and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow.
आसनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्.
Next up is Dridhasana. Now maintain Karmakasana 3. Lift your chest up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing that you are the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Nagadasana. From Karmakasana 3, with your arms behind your back, roll onto your back. Hold on to the big toes if you can. Otherwise, lay on your arms in Padmasana as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a snake.
प्रथम पद्मासन को टाने दो हाथ पाछाने आने.
Next up is Kandukasana. As you lie on your back, bend your knees with the feet off the ground. Embrace your knees to the chest with the head touching the knees. Roll your body up into a ball as you breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
पित्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य.
Next up is Urdhva Pavanasana. Lay on your back with the knees raised together, feet flat on the ground. Interlace your fingers behind your neck as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमे सूधो सैनग्राभे गोडा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Next up is Marakata Pitasana. Lie on your back and bend your knees as you keep your feet flat on the mat and place the upturned palms underneath your heels. Lift your hips up as you visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape. Perform the Murcha Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Next up is Uttana Shiki Pitakasana. Lie supine and raise your hips up. Support your hips with your hands, placed at the waist, as your elbows bear the weight of your body. Press your chin to the throat, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशी पीठकम्.
Next up is Nadakasana. As you lie supine, raise your hips and legs up. Bring your hands to the lower back for support if needed, but then place your elbows and hands flat on the mat below. Balance as you visualize traversing Naraka, hell unscathed.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ.
Next up is Tiryanokasana. From Nadakasana, bring your hands to the lower back and keep your elbows on the mat. Raise your legs up vertically and slowly lower and angle them down, keeping your core engaged. Visualize your abode crossing the ocean of samsara.
नौकावत् स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नजेत्.
The next asana is Dvajasana. Now bring your arms back flat on the mat. Keep your legs straight as a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the KAILASA flag, respected across all nations.
नौकावत् ग्रीवा पृष्ठकूर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now gently lower your body down to the mat as you lie supine. Contract the perineal region and pull the Kundalini Shakti up your spine, performing the Shakti Chalan Mudra. Bring it up to the Brahmarandha. As you completely relax, unclutch from any micro movements of your body and mind, visualize your body as dead, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is liberating you as you internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes. Rotate your wrists and your ankles. Move your arms and your legs. Pull your knees up towards your chest. and circle them with your arms, and rock your body from side to side, slowly returning to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations! You completed the Nithyananda Nithyananda Yoga. Celebrate yourself and make sure now, after this intense asana sequence, you're going to manifest the powers of Paramashivoham. For the power manifestation, stay tuned. We're going to have blindfold reading immediately after, as the next acharyas are about to take over for the continued acharya sessions. With this, let us all sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Keep our hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of the heart center. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and bow down in deep gratitude as you conclude this session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Nithyananda, and welcome to all the Paramashivoham Level-2 participants. We welcome all of you back to the program after this beautiful 3-hour Nithyananda yoga that we all performed now. Let's now manifest the powers of Paramashiva to bolt this intense Kundalini awakening experience into our nervous system. So Swamiji has given us the opportunity to manifest the powers of Paramashiva now after yesterday's intense darshan. So now we are ready to manifest the powers, and let's begin. We request all the participants to make sure that you have an eye band, something to close your eyes during the power manifestation, and something to write on. And we also request all of the participants to make sure that you keep your Atmalinga. If you have a deity photo of Swamiji, make sure you are sitting with them so that they intensely raise the space of the entire room that you are in. So now we are going to be looking at the Shastra Pramana once again, the scriptural reference, once again re-invoking Paramashiva's presence and remembering the technique that Paramashiva has given once again. So beautifully, Paramashiva has revealed about the signs of third eye in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, a very powerful scripture. And in the 34th verse, Paramashiva reveals about these signs. We'll now be chanting this for you and then giving you the translation. Kapalantarmanonyasya Tishtanmilitalochanaha Kramena manaso dadyat Lakshayet lakshamuttamam. Paramashiva says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center, sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any place or object, attaining oneness with the source, Paramashiva. So this is the beautiful Shastra Pramana for the power of third eye reading and the translation. Paramashiva beautifully gives us the step-by-step understanding. First, he tells us to bring the awareness on the crown center. Within the crown center is where the seat of the Guru is. The Sahasrara Chakra is the seat of the Guru. So bringing the visualization of Swamiji is the first step that Paramashiva asks us to do. It is not trying to look at the object outside with our eyes closed, but it is visualizing Swamiji, because it's only that space of oneness with Swamiji that is going to help us manifest the power. Next, Paramashiva tells us to bring stability of the mind and inner space. And when we bring the stability of the mind and inner space, Paramashiva tells us that the ultimate oneness with him happens, and we also get the power to see beyond our two eyes. So let's now begin the manifestation. I request all the participants to please close your eyes now and be seated. Take a moment to close your eyes. Start visualizing Swamiji in your third eye. And now we are projecting the first shapes for all of you. Intensely chant the Mahavakya, or at least listen to the Mahavakya, and request Swamiji to reveal what is being projected. Let's begin.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam, slowly, remove your blindfold. Sit for a moment and recollect everything that was shown to you during the power manifestation. Write it down on a note and express your gratitude to Swamiji for revealing whatever was shown. We'll now be projecting what was shown a few moments earlier. So here we have a turquoise or light blue color hexagon and a red color cloud. These were the two shapes that all of you were seeing. So now let us move to the next round of the power manifestation of the power of third eye reading. We are all manifesting the power of third eye reading. So close your eyes with a blindfold. Now we are going to be projecting the next shapes for all of you. Intensely request Swamiji to reveal what is being projected. Chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. We are now projecting the next images. Ask Swamiji to reveal what is being projected.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. Slowly you can open your eyes and start writing down whatever was shown to you. The colors, the shapes, all the details, please write it down. And write a note of gratitude also, Swamiji, for revealing your third eye powers. Now we're going to be projecting what we had shown to you a few minutes earlier.
Yes, so here we have a blue cross and a pink arrow. So actually one of the participants have actually exactly seen the manifestation perfectly. They said Gabriel has seen blue cross and pink arrow. That's beautiful. You have manifested the power. You can share your experience on social media and tell the world how you are able to see without your eyes just by the initiation of Swamiji. So now with this, we come to the next segment of this Paramashivoham program, next session of this Paramashivoham program, which is the jnana the powerful cognitions. Today we are learning about ourself, how we became our identity. There's a lot of difference between who we actually are and the identity that we have built on top of it. The ego that we feel getting hurt when someone points out our mistakes, and the ability to manifest Paramashiva through you. That identity, that person inside you is different. So, where did this start? How did we suddenly move from Paramashiva to become who we are today? Where did that change of track happen and why did it happen? It is called the genesis of our identity. The genesis of identity is something very important that all of us have to understand. Because only when we know who we are, we can understand why we do things the way we do. What are we trying to seek? What is stopping us from manifesting our reality? The answer to all our questions will be revealed just by knowing how our identity was created. So let's now learn from Swamiji himself through a very powerful video about the genesis of our identity. Be in the space of listening and take down the powerful cognitions, not college notes, but powerful cognitions that click with you and give you the understanding that yes, what Swamiji is saying is actually reflecting in me. I'm able to reflect upon that in my life. So let's now take a few minutes to enjoy this beautiful satsang.
The genesis of identity means the components out of which your identity is made, dismantling it, oiling it, lubricating it, and assembling it back. Please understand, due to the dust called incompletions, different parts of you started getting into friction, wear and tear, dust and rust, and many times the whole mechanism collapses. Lubricating your inner space, completion is the lubricant with which we will clean, overhaul the whole inner space. It has to be done with a tremendous love and care. You will open your being only when there is a complete security for you. Only when you feel your whole being will be safe. See, only when you know the spare parts will not be destroyed or disturbed or lost, you will open yourself. I know in the young age, all of us would have done, I have done it with a lot of vigor and enthusiasm, excitement, dismantling the whole alarm clock and then handing it over in the carry bag. How many of you have done it? I have done it. Dismantling anything you get it in the house, whether it is alarm clock or a watch or something, you dismantle with all your excitement and joy, and finally when somebody comes to your house, some guests or the parents who have gone out or come back, you don't know what to do, you put the whole thing in carry bag and hang it. You can't open you unless you are sure the spare parts will not be lost. You will be able to put it back. The person who dismantles can put it back. He doesn't need to put you in a carry bag and hang it in the wall. There was a time The house in where I was born and brought up, in the wall, every nail will have one carry bag. Those days there was a watch in there. There was a clock there. Now only the carry bag is hanging with that clock sleeping inside. Or maybe you can consider the clock dead inside. So you can't dismantle your being in that space. It can be dismantled only in a very deep, loving space, a powerful loving space, and lubricated, assembled back for the smooth functioning of ever and ever and ever. Today we will work on first authenticity, bringing completion in your various parts of your psychological organ, inner space. Your psychological organ has various parts, various components, bringing completion in all that. We will understand the genesis of our identity, what all the said and unsaid aspects of our identity, the inner image we strongly feel as we, the outer image we project to the world as we, and gap between these two. Why the gap? The gap is not always bad. Please listen. The gap is not always bad. Only when it is unconscious and makes you powerless, it is bad. If you consciously know how to play the game and it does not make you powerless, it is not bad. I am 120% sure Krishna did not feel powerless when he ran away from the war field with Jarasandha. He was powerless and ran away? No. No. Understand, Krishna did not feel powerless and run away from the war field with Jarasandha. No. If you know consciously how to play with these two, inner identity and outer identity, and it does not put you in powerlessness, gap is not wrong. Not once or twice, so many times Krishna ran away from Jarasandha. There is a temple in Gujarat called Rankichor, means who ran away from the war. So understand, then do you mean to say he felt powerless so he ran away? No. No. He is the most juiciest incarnation. He never felt powerless. He knows how to handle the identities, where to project what. So understand, the exact inner identity, outer identity, and the gap between the inner identity and the outer identity. And what you want others to experience, feel about you, and what you feel about others. There is always a big gap between these two. You want everyone to feel about you as a loving, caring, trusting, blissful, joyful person. But you think about everybody as crooked, cunning, cheats, bunch of thieves. Now you need to know the gap between your inner identity and outer identity. That gap is neither good nor bad. Same way, the gap between what you want others to feel about you and what you feel about others. This gap also is neither good nor bad. If both these gaps makes you powerless, both of them are bad. If they does not make you powerless and you know how to play with that, then it is not bad. Sometimes it is good. Some of the very powerful, the most powerful strategies which Krishna did to protect dharma are done from that space where other person can't even understand with what kind of a logic you are functioning. Other person can't even understand, you can never understand with what kind of a dharma Krishna is functioning. You can never understand. But he is the most dharmic being. Because the gap between inner identity, outer identity has not put him in powerless space. SDHT, self-doubt, hatred, denial. When he was running away from Jarasandha, I can be 100% sure he would have had a cup of coffee or a coke and chatting with his Sakhis, if not flirting, in his chariot. He would not have had a single moment of powerlessness. But if he has seen some enemy spy, immediately would have shown the face as if he is afraid, frightened, running away. He knows how to play the game with, because even the inner identity, outer identity, the life image and others' image, even that has become like a nail and hair for him with which he can do makeup, whatever he wants and play with it. He knows how to show them, showcase them and use them, play with them. So understand, not to fall into any powerlessness by these four identities and the gaps between them is completion. Today I am going to lead you guys for that only. Today I am leading you guys to that level of completion. The gap between inner identity and outer identity is responsible for the gap between what you feel about others and what you want others to feel about you. Both gaps are connected. I'll tell you exactly, precisely what kind of a relationship exists between these four and why there is powerlessness, how we can get out of it. See, all these complications, fears, everything is just because of the identity crisis. People not knowing what they want to do. After 50 years of doing something, suddenly at the age of 80, 70, people realize that they were doing wrong things. Now what will you do? Now what will you do? Because life is already over. Now even if your identity crisis is solved, the time lost can't come back. Of course, if you add yoga and kriya along with solving the identity crisis, you can get the time back. Means you will be growing younger. That is different. But in the first level, if you lost life without knowing what you really want to do and doing something what you want, I tell you, that is the biggest loss than any business loss. If I leave the body this moment, I won't have any problem that I wasted my life. I have done everything possible and impossible. Exactly in the line I wanted to do. I am oversatisfied. I tell you, out of oversatisfaction, when you move, whatever you do will be out of gratitude and love. Because you are not in the space of satisfaction, you are in the space of over-satisfaction. Not tripti, but ananda. Tripti means satisfaction, contentment, which is always on the verge. It can always reduce little bit. But over-satisfaction means overflowing satisfaction is bliss, where the intense positivity and possibility of love, life, gratitude, energy, everything goes on and on and on. I tell you, please understand. I tell you, really I tell you, bring your listening and receive this word. The identity crisis need to be solved for every human being the moment he starts building this identity. Like how when a child starts growing, he needs nutritions. We take care and try to supply all the nutritions that child needs. Same way, we should supply this knowledge and help every child to achieve completion and solve this issue of identity crisis. Listen. If the identity crisis is solved, you are the best being. To live in the planet Earth. because you will neither get hurt nor hurt. Understand, this completion will be in you forever without even you remembering. If you can solve the genesis of identity, if you can understand this science, the genesis of identity, and solve the incompletions and powerlessness created by the genesis of identity, or from the genesis of identity. I think I'm using little complicated words. Let me put it in a normal language. So your identity has 4 major dimensions. The gap between these 4 can lead to more and more incompletion, or the gap between these 4, if it's handled consciously out of completion, it will never lead you to powerlessness. So handling all these 4 and not falling into powerlessness or SDHD. Today I'll explain how the gap between inner image and outer image is a self-doubt, and the gap, listen, the gap between outer image and others' image is self-hatred. The gap between others' image and life image is self-denial. Now I want you to understand basically few things about you. Please listen. I am going to now introduce you to you. That's very important. Finding you to you. If you find you, you found God. If you don't find you, you have not found God. You have not found anything. You don't know what is joy. You don't know what is pain. You don't know what is pleasure. If you don't know you, how will you know what is your pain and what is your pleasure, what is good for you, what is bad for you? You will only have the rough idea about what is good for you, what is bad for you from others, not from you. I tell you, anything which you don't want to face in your life is because you don't know you. You don't know you. I am introducing you to you. I am trying to create a paint drawing, all of us together. Listen, whatever you think about you inside you, whatever you believe strongly as you inside you, is inner image. Whatever you think as you inside you is inner image. If you see sometime, you will feel you will be always successful in everything. If you see sometime, you will feel you will always be failure in everything. Whatever you think as you in you is your inner image. How you show you to others, how you show yourself to others, that is outer image. That is outer image. Understand? Whatever you show as you to others, usually you show through your words, body language, the way you project you. That is outer image. Mostly this inner image and outer image will be inconsistent. They will not be matching with each other. Inner image will be lower than what you are, outer image will be higher than what you are. There will be a big gap. What you think as, what you feel as you, and what you speak as you. This gap, the gap between your mouth and the heart, that is what I call confusion in life. Anyhow, I can say anyway, source of confusion. This inner image, outer image, then what others perceive about you, whatever you may show, people will have their own ideas about you. They will perceive you in their own way. That is called others' image. That is called others' image. Inner image, outer image, others' image. How others perceive you. And please listen, when you want all the benefits from others and society, you are bound to take responsibility for how others perceive you. You can't say, how others perceive me, I am not responsible for that. No. You can't say that. You are responsible for how others perceive you. You are responsible for how others perceive you. So understand, how others perceive you, others' image, you are responsible. And how you perceive the world and life, what you have in your head about life. You may think life is exploiting, all the 4-letter words you may have about life and others. That is called life image. Understand, if you have a wrong life image, even if you are living in a palace with all the pleasures of life, best things life and others can give you, you will still continue to be in a deeply deprived space and state, because able to have a right life image and trust others is one of the luxury you can have in life. Being careful is different. Constantly being frightened is different. Being careful is different. Constantly being frightened is different. I'll give you experiential explanation about these 4 words: inner image, outer image, others image, and life image. from my own experience. Listen. When I look inside me, my inner image, I see a vast, powerful space of Purnatva, complete completion, or Sunyatva, emptiness, living emptiness. You can call that as a soul, God, energy, Mahadeva, whatever. A complete space. That's the exact inner image I am carrying. Outer image. Listen. Outer image. How I project myself. I am projecting myself as a being to transmit that experience to all of you. You can call us an enlightened master or a teacher or an incarnation, whatever way you want. You can give any title. I am a being to transmit that experience. That's my outer image. Declared outer image. Others' image. Listen, others' image. I may declare that I am here to transmit this enlightenment experience to you, but people expect that I should heal their physical pain, mental pain. I should bless them for wealth. I should bless them for a healing relationship. Peace, bliss, contentment, completion. See, the other's image, what people perceive from me and expect from me, maybe it is different than what I declare, but even then I am responsible. Because whatever they expect is within the purview of my declaration. Please understand. When I say I am here to transmit that experience to you, to give that experience to you, I have to give you at least 1000 volt spiritual energy. But to clear your cancer or headache, I need to give only 0.5 volt energy. So if you expect me to heal your physical problems, I am responsible for it because that falls in the purview of my declaration. Anything which can be done by the transmission of energy and experience of enlightenment, the side effect, after effect, byproduct of transmission of energy, you have a right to expect from me because that comes within the purview of my declaration. It is my responsibility to fulfill it. Only if you expect that I should win the World Cup, playing the football match, I am not responsible for it because that doesn't come under my declaration, the purview of my declaration. But anything you expect in the line of physical health, mental health, complete relationships, wealth, fulfillment, completion, enlightenment, I am responsible for it. Either I have to give you that. If you are not ready to receive, I have to prepare you and give you that. But till you achieve it, I am responsible. This is what is taking responsibility for others' image. And the life image. The image I have about life and others. The whole world is here to celebrate this joy with me, to celebrate this bliss with me, to celebrate this completion with me. That's all. So understand, Now you also look in and find out the inner image you have, outer image you project, others image you created for which you are responsible, and life image you are having about life and others. Pen down exactly what you have. Then we will find out the root cause of all the problems you have in your life. Then we will build the right inner image, outer image, life image, others image. Come on. First, let's spend a little time in finding the inner image you are having, outer image you are having, others image you are having, life image you are having, without editing. Please start penning down. Listen. Step by step, I am going to lead you into the complete completion with yourself first. That's where everything starts. And how you project you to others. These are all other beings. You can name your father, mother, brother, spouse, children, whatever you want. How you project you to others, outer image. Listen, you don't need to pen down now. I'll give you the printout of the whole thing. If you want to take notes to the home, you can take. But now listen. And how others perceive you, that is what? Others' image. How others perceive you is others' image. Okay? And how you perceive life and others is life image. How many of you are able to understand these 4 words? Raise your hand. Yes. How many of you are not able to understand these 4 words? Raise your hand. Keep the hands up. I'll explain. Now you have to keep the hands up and listen. Whoever is not able to understand these 4 words, I'll explain once more so that you will listen. Aligning all the 4 and raising them to the peak is authenticity. The whole program is just this 2 lines. I'm going to now align all the 4, step by step, working on everything. The every incompletion you have, the gap between inner image and outer image, and outer image and others image, and inner image and others image, and inner image and life image, and others image and life image, and life image and outer image. Between these 4 identity, you are actually a joint family living in one body. Please understand. You are a joint family living in one body. You are not embodied being. You are embodied beings together. incompletions amongst them, completing them, integrating you and raising you to your peak is what I call authenticity. Now I am going to do this step by step for you.
Yes. So now let us move into an internalization exercise where we understand the powerful cognitions about this session. So beautifully, Swamiji explained about the genesis of our identity and how our identity was created. So first, what we are going to be doing is we are going to go back to that incident where it was created. So look back and describe all the statements you used to describe yourself, your inner image. As Swamiji beautifully said, the four images, the inner image, outer image, others image, and life image, that is what we are going to be looking at now. So take a few minutes now to go back into your life and recollect the incident where for the first time you made a decision about your inner image. Let's now take a few moments to start writing down what our first inner image was. Now let's move into writing about the outer image that we expressed. So all the outer image that you project today, what is your outer image? What do you show to the world? Take a few minutes to write that down.
Currency.
Now we are going to be moving to the next step. Now describe what others feel about you. You will already have a general understanding of what you think other people feel about you. So take a few minutes now to look into yourself and see what others feel about you. Let's begin. Now, finally, let us move to the fourth step where we write down our life image, what we think about life. Take a few minutes now to write down this. Now, slowly relax. Let us move into the power manifestation. So today we're going to be manifesting the powers of body scanning again. So I request all the participants to now be in the space of listening as we understand the steps of this beautiful power manifestation and move into the manifestation itself. So today we are going to be manifesting the power of body scanning for yourself or others, scanning the fundamental principles of your biology. Meaning you're going to be scanning what are your fundamental cognitions about yourself. So now let's take a few minutes to first contact a volunteer, a partner, if you have one with you, next to you, someone who you can connect with, you can manifest the power with them. So once you do that, once you connect with the partner, then you can ask your partner to be in the space of a comfortable position, just seated without any distractions, without any just in a comfortable position. And then you close your eyes and start scanning that person. Ask Swamiji to reveal what is that person's fundamental understanding about their biology, about their body, and then share that with your partner and verify the manifestation. So let's now take 10 minutes and start this power manifestation. So the first step is to connect with a partner, connect with someone who will understand this power manifestation, and then connect with them, connect with Swamiji by chanting the Mahavakya, scan them and share with them what their fundamental understandings are and verify your manifestation. So let's begin.
राजाधिराजाय प्रशक्यशागिने नमो वयं वै श्रवणाय कुर्महे श्यामे कामान् कामकामाय मह्यं कामेश्वरो वै श्रवणो ददातु कुबेराय वैश्रवणाय महाराजाय नमः
சலடி போற்றி சிவன் சேவடி போற்றி நேயத்தே நிந்தடி மலனடி போற்றி மாயப்பிறப்பருக்கும் மன்னனடி போற்றி சீரார் பெரும் துறையினம் தேவனடி போற்றி ஆராத இன்பம் அருளும் மலை போற்றி ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர வந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய் பூவோடு கனிகளை கொண்டு உன்னை பூஜித்தோம் அருள் தருவாய் கலி என்னும் கடலினில் மூழ்கிட்டேயும் இனி கரம் தந்து காத்திட்டு கருணை பொய்கையில் அலர்ந்திட்ட அலவத்மம் போல உன் திருவடியில் மாண்டிட நித்தியனின் வாராய் அருணாச்சலனே நீ வாராய் அகண்ட ஜோதியனே வாராய் அல்லல் நீக்கிடவே வாராய் அகிலம் போற்றுகின்ற ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய் பூவோடு கனிகளை கொண்டு பூஜித்தோம் அருள் தருவாய் உன்னை சிக்கன பிடித்தேனே மண்ணும் புகழ் பெறும் நான் வரை நாயகா மதியில் நிறைந்திடுவாய் மதி உணராதவர்க்கு மதி உணர் செய்திட வான்மழு நீ ஏந்திவாய் அறவாடிட இசை சூழ்ந்திட விரல் சேர நீ வருவாய் அகம் உணர்ந்திட
नित्य
வந்த நித்திய தாயே வேதங்கள் வணங்கிடும் ஆதியும் நீயே ஜோதி மலையிலே அவதரித்தாயே அவனியை பேணும் ஞானமும் நீயே அக்னி வடிவிலே அருள் புரிந்தாயே பூதங்கள் ஐந்தையும் ஈன்றவள் நீயே அழல் உருவாகவே ஈன்றெழுந்தாயே ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி தீயினிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி கருமங்களை கொன்றிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் கருமங்களை கொன்றிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் தீயினிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி தீயினிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி அண்டமெங்கும் ஆளுகின்ற தேவியும் நீயே இந்த பிண்டத்திலும் வாழுகின்ற ஆவியும் நீயே அண்டமெங்கும் ஆளுகின்ற தேவியும் நீயே இந்த பிண்டத்திலும் வாழுகின்ற ஆவியும் நீயே குண்டத்திலே தீயனவே சிரிப்பவள் நீயே குண்டத்திலே தீயனவே சிரிப்பவள் நீயே யோக தண்டத்தையும் தந்த நித்திய ஞானத்தின் தாயே யோக தண்டத்தையும் தந்த நித்திய ஞானத்தின் தாயே.
Slowly, very slowly, please relax. So now, once you have completed the power manifestation, you can also share in the Zoom chat what your experience was. Were you able to see the cognitions, the fundamental cognitions of your partner, and what was their experience? So now take a few moments to share in the Zoom chat and let us know what was your experience during this round of the manifestation. It could even be that you are not able to see anything during this power manifestation, or whatever it may be. Take a few minutes now to share what your powerful cognitions were and what your experience was. And in the meantime, let us also move into the next session, which is the introduction to the gaps in the four images. The gaps in the four images, meaning the gap between your inner image, outer image, others image, and life image. So the gaps between these four images is what causes incompletion in us. So when we complete with those gaps, we'll be bringing the completion into our life and into our identity. So let us now hear from Swamiji himself as he shares the powerful truths on our four images and the gaps that are there, which causes the self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial in us.
Now I wanted to give you some deeper insights based on your introspection, your internalysis, your contemplation. How many of you found in your experience, listen carefully, how many of you found in your experience there is a gap between how you think about you and how you show you? Means gap between inner image and outer image. Raise your hand. If there is a gap between inner image and outer image, how you think of you and how you project you to others, in this gap, self-doubt starts. Understand? For example, you go to attend an interview, you know you are not capable of something, but you sell yourself to your boss, saying, I can do it. And boss is convinced, and he gives you the job. When you come back, suddenly you feel you convinced others, but you yourself are not convinced. Then what is the truth? The doubt about yourself starts raising, which will start coming up in every level of your life. In your health, in your relationship, everywhere this doubt will start raising. That is what I call self-doubt. How many of you think you have this self-doubt? Raise your hand. We will have to now find that and complete. Second, how you project yourself to others, outer image, how others perceive you, others' image. You may project yourself very humble person, simple person. Others will say, see, this fellow acting. You may project as a humble, simple person. Others will say, see, this fellow, how he is acting. How many of you have experienced this? Raise your hand. You may project yourself in one way, others completely perceive in a different way. Raise your hand. Let me see the gap between outer image and others' image. Listen. When others perceive you in a different way, you naturally start feeling you are not enough unto yourself. You will start feeling, I am not enough. That is the source of all the self-hatred. Please understand, self-hatred. When you project yourself in some way, but others perceive in some other way, when you become powerless about it, and you feel you start hating yourself. I am not enough, I am not sufficient. Others are not believing how I am projecting me. That is self-hatred. Next, listen. Next, how many of you feel that you have this self-hatred? Raise your hand. You feel you are not enough. Raise your hand, let me see. Yes. That is self-hatred. We need to find out this, source of this, and complete with it. Third, this is the very important thing. Others' image, how others expect you. Life image, how you expect others. See the fun. Everyone around you will be telling you should understand people more, you should be more listening, you should have more understanding. But you will strongly believe everyone around me are incomplete, they should understand me more. You will believe everyone around you are incomplete and they don't understand anything, they should understand you and transform themselves. But they will all believe you are incomplete, you should understand them more and transform. How many of you have this tug of war? Raise your hand. This is what I call self-denial. Whatever is denying it, constant denial, the gap between what you think about others and what others think about you, this gap makes you start denying everything. See, when you want everyone to understand you and change, and everyone around you wants you to understand and change, there's a deadlock. And you become powerless, you don't do anything. This becomes a lifestyle. Time passes, day passes, you don't think. You don't walk that extra mile you need to walk. You constantly live in denial. All breakdown in life happens in denial. Understand? All breakdown happens in self-denial. How many of you think you have self-denial? Now it is time. You sit and pen down all the self-doubt you have, self-hatred you have, self-denial you have. SDHD. Now come to the space of listening. Expansion. Changing your decisions for better due to the new intelligence, data, facts available is not instability. That is not necessary to lead you to self-doubt. Listen, how many of you cognize because of the developments you did due to the latest intelligence available, you have become a self-doubting person? All of you first understand. See, for example, you plan for building a house with 2-story. But suddenly you got little more land, then you decide, why not build some 5-story apartments in that using the whole land and have 2 for ourselves, sell remaining. So why this decision has been taken? Because now you have more land, means the data is updated. Intelligence is updated. So you changed the possibility. But this new decision does not need to lead you to self-doubt. But what you usually do, if you upgrade, change, develop, you feel like, oh, I am always like this only, not stable in anything. If you are shrinking, withdrawing, you get suddenly bored or tired, you become irresponsible about the house and you dump that land, it is lying efficient. Others are not believing how I am projecting me. That is self-hatred. Next, listen. Next, how many of you feel that you have this self-hatred? Raise your hand. You feel you are not enough. Raise your hand, let me see. Yes. That is self-hatred. We need to find out this, source of this, and complete with it. Third, this is the very important thing. Others' image, how others expect you. Life image, how you expect others. See the fun. Everyone around you will be telling you should understand people more, you should be more listening, you should have more understanding. But you will strongly believe everyone around me are incomplete, they should understand me more. You will believe everyone around you are incomplete and they don't understand anything, they should understand you and transform themselves. But they will all believe you are incomplete, you should understand them more and transform. How many of you have this tug of war? Raise your hand. This is what I call self-denial. Whatever is denying it, constant denial, the gap between what you think about others and what others think about you, this gap makes you start denying everything. See, when you want everyone to understand you and change, and everyone around you wants you to understand and change, there's a deadlock. And you become powerless, you don't do anything. This becomes a lifestyle. Time passes, day passes, you don't think. You don't walk that extra mile you need to walk. You constantly live in denial. All breakdown in life happens in denial. Understand? All breakdown happens in self-denial. How many of you think you have self-denial? Now it is time. You sit and pen down all the self-doubt you have, self-hatred you have, self-denial you have. SDHD. Now come to the space of listening. Expansion. Changing your decisions for better due to the new intelligence, data, facts available is not instability. That is not necessary to lead you to self-doubt. Listen, how many of you cognize because of the developments you did due to the latest intelligence available, you have become a self-doubting person? All of you first understand. See, for example, you plan for building a house with 2-story. But suddenly you got little more land, then you decide, why not build some 5-story apartments in that using the whole land and have 2 for ourselves, sell remaining. So why this decision has been taken? Because now you have more land, means the data is updated. Intelligence is updated. So you changed the possibility. But this new decision does not need to lead you to self-doubt. But what you usually do, if you upgrade, change, develop, you feel like, oh, I am always like this only, not stable in anything. If you are shrinking, withdrawing, you get suddenly bored or tired, you become irresponsible about the house and you dump that land, it is lying in a corner and you don't even care, then you can have a self-doubt. All of you are getting it, what I am saying? Irresponsibly can lead to self-doubt, not responsibility, not updating. It does not need to lead you to self-doubt. Self-doubt is one of the biggest self-destructive patterns. It is like you tie your leg with a chain to the pole. Can you go anywhere? No. Please listen. many time in your life, your upgradation makes you with self-doubt. You think you are unstable. Actually, your withdrawal should make you self-doubt, not upgradation. Expansion should not make you doubt yourself. Understand, upgrading is life. That should not create self-doubt in you. It is withdrawal or withdrawal from upgrading should create self-doubts in you. And finally, end of the day, all self-doubts you have to complete. Listen, see the difference between self-doubts which is created in you because of your upgrading and because of your withdrawal. How many of you are able to separate, differentiate and see? If you are not able to, then tell me, I'll describe again. How many of you are not able to cognize this? So let me repeat. Please listen, I'll repeat. Life is based on the decisions you make. Many times, after you make the decision and before execute it, the data you have to make the decision will get upgraded. For example, you have 40 by 40 site, means land, 40 feet by 40 feet. You decide to build a house. Suddenly, after this decision is made, before you build the house, you have updated data. Now you got 3 more plots. Now you have 4 40 by 40 by 40. Now you have updated data. With this, naturally, you will feel like you may go like, let me build apartment complex, have 2 for me, sell others, 2 other apartments to others. So this decision, if you are not ready to take the responsibility, can be tiring and making you doubt yourself. I am always like this only. Nothing I will execute. I will think, and then confuse, and then confuse, and then confuse. When you create that self-doubt, you will never execute this. Understand, the self-doubting should not be created during expansion. Unfortunately, you create that. Second, even during withdrawal, the self-doubts which are created because of withdrawal is justified but should not be allowed. Self-doubt is created in you in 2 different situations. One, the situations where you expand, another one, situations where you shrink. Situations where you expand, it should neither be allowed nor justified. Situations where you shrink, it should not be allowed, self-doubt should not be allowed, but it is justified. How many of you are getting it now? So now, whether it is a shrinking time or expanding time, whenever you have suffered with a self-doubt, pen down, we will start the completion process. Please listen. Along with your root pattern and split up of your personality, one more thing has entered into you, constantly doubting. Please listen. Because any part of your personality decides or does anything, the other part doubts that cognition. Whatever your right hand does, left hand is doubting. Whatever your left hand does, right hand is doubting. So you have to do anything with both the hands, only then it will be successful. So first of all, you need to complete with this doubting pattern. Constantly doubting yourself. Because you constantly doubt yourself, you doubt about the truths of completion, 4 tattvas, principles, you doubt everything. You doubt you. Because you doubt you, you doubt me. Please listen. If you doubt you, you will doubt me. Because I am inside you more than you exist in you. If you are occupying 20-30% of you, I am occupying 60-70% of you. So naturally, if you doubt you, you will doubt me. And if you have anger towards you, you will have anger towards me. Sometimes people think, oh, I don't have anger towards others, I have only anger towards me. But I tell you, when you dig, you will see very clearly, vengeance towards others, when you can't express it, it becomes anger towards you. Vengeance towards others when you can't express it, when you think, oh no, they are powerful, I have to be dependent on them, then it expresses on you. Today, I'll expand only on how to complete with your self-doubt. Listen, today I'll expand just on this one subject. Self-doubt. Sit and look in. Look in to find first time when the self-doubting started in you. Please understand, the moment you realize your inner image about you is different and the outer image you project to others is different, self-doubting will start on you. The moment you realize behind the screen you are like something, outside the screen you are like something, or in front of your wife you are something, you have a different way of behaving, outside when she is not there you have a different way of describing her. When you understand please understand, when you understand that your inner image about you, your outer image about you, the way you project you and the way you think about you, when these two are different, the way you think about you is mamakara, the way you project you is ahankara. When these two become different, and one important thing, please listen, especially when others are convinced about the image you project outside. You think, oh God, all these fellows are fooled. Even though I am hiding what is and projecting different, everyone is fooled. Then I think this is the way everyone is fooling others. Then you start doubting everything and you. Listen. When there is a disconnect between your inner image about you and the the image you project about you outside, means your outer image. When there is a disconnect between these two, and especially when you are able to convince others You are able to convince others. About your outer image, the way you project yourself is the true image. When you are able to convince everyone, suddenly the self-doubt starts getting developed. What am I doing? What is this? The worst conscious killer disease is self-doubt. Especially self-doubt established as a pattern in you. You will see very clearly, you will work for something, and when it becomes a failure, you yourself will take revenge on you. You did all this, nah? You need this. How many of you have this self-revenge pattern? You yourself. This is called Atma Droga. Understand? First Atma Sandeha means self-doubt, then Atma Droha. This leads to Atma Hadya, self-destruction. No, that is the poor human beings. Look in and start digging out. When first time you started having self-doubt, try to remember, recollect the earliest memory of your self-doubt. When you yourself did not trust the words you uttered. For example, even now when you declare with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, I declare, one part of you saying, you don't neither have integrity nor have responsibility or have authenticity. What are you declaring? Keep quiet, you are not going to be successful. These are all pseudo drama. What others, they may be telling because they may be having. Before you even complete one statement, your other part has finished satsang. But I tell you, only by the declarations and making them into reality, the spiritual strength, the Atma Bala is created. What is Atma Bala? Most of you, your parts being integrated. See, now you are nothing more than a spare part shop. You are not a whole vehicle. You are a spare part shop. In US, there will be dump yards where the lot of cars will be dumped. Any spare part you want, you can go into the dump yard and remove it. When you come out, you can pay for that and go. You will get even Rolls-Royce spare parts in the dump yards. You may get Rolls-Royce spare parts, but that does not mean dump yards can become car showroom. All of us are only dump yards, spare parts selling center. Because we are all in different spare parts. Each one is thinking in one way. Your tongue goes on visualizing about food. And all the decisions about food, it puts that file in the front. Hey, sign in this first. And your eyes, they put their file. They push their file. Hey, come on. Sign in this. And your lust. That fellow, when he comes, he pushes everyone out because he bribes a lot. All files are thrown out. And he says, come on, sign in this. It is literally a chaotic government office, chaotic, corrupt government office. Chaotic, corrupt government office and spare parts selling center. Now, first thing you need to do, when the self-doubting started and all the incidents you remember about your self-doubting pattern, the pattern of self-doubting, if somebody knows how to touch the pattern of your self-doubting, he can make you doubt anything. But it will lead to destruction. Based on self-doubt, any doubt you create, it will lead to more and more ignorance. More and more ignorance. Please understand. I tell you, many fellows who can exploit, who master the art of exploiting your self-doubt, they become atheist leaders, the revolutionaries. And the guys who can exploit your ability to doubt your emotions, they become poets. Please understand. Poetry, cinema, all these arts are nothing but making you feel that your self-doubt can be healed. I'll give you the example. Why in always all movies the lovers finally unite? And why they don't show after they get married what happens? So your emotion, the decisions you take during your emotion can't be completely trusted. And one more thing you need to understand, that does not mean you should not take any decision based on emotion. You should take decisions based on emotions which should also be supported with intelligence. So, whenever you are high on emotion, want to take some decision, if you stop taking decision, you will live as buffalo. If you take decision immediately, you will enter into incompletion. You should raise your intelligence level to your emotion, means building up completion in you to support why you should do what you want to do. Please understand. I am revealing some of the important basic theories of life. All the movie makers, they try to show the decision you take emotionally, the love marriage or anything, it is always good and right. At least majority of them try to show. Because in their life they realize it is wrong and lie and failure. They go on try to justify. No. I may not be successful, but the system is successful. Listen. Listen. Whenever you are high on emotion, means you are in love with a boy or girl and you really want to get married. If you don't take the decision in that high emotion, your whole life will be like a buffalo. I have seen people who don't take any decision. So understand, if you don't take decisions when you are highly excited, feeling powerful, an emotion, you will become a buffalo. Same way, if you take decisions during that high emotions, you will be failure. Then what should be done? Build the intelligence to support your decisions during the high emotion. Means building completion. During the high emotions, self-doubt also will be in high frequency. So complete with that self-doubt. Complete with the self-doubts. I can say, self-doubt is the part of you does not allow you to take any major decisions in your life. Sit with all these self-doubting patterns, pen them down, relive and relive them, complete with them. Don't doubt whether you completed with your self-doubts. That will be one more doubt, at least complete with that. If you have self-doubt, complete with it. If you have one more doubt whether you completed with your self-doubt or not, complete with that also. Life starts only when you complete, when you are established in completion, in the completion. केवल पूर्णत्व से भी आपके जीवन आरंभ होता है. Complete with all the root patterns. Above all, complete with your self-doubting patterns. I tell you, you bring all the suffering, worst things in your life just because of your self-doubting pattern. If somebody can complete with their self-doubting pattern, they start living Jivan Mukti. Complete with your self-doubting pattern. When you have a very disempowering, powerless mamakara idea about you, just to compensate it for survival's sake, you project a powerful ahankara towards others, powerful image to others. That gap creates self-doubt in you. With the self-doubting pattern, you don't do anything good. You don't do anything higher. I tell you, somehow complete with self-doubting pattern. Only when you complete with your root pattern, you will be able to complete with self-doubting pattern. Whoever completes with the self-doubting pattern lives as a leader, lives as a hero, lives as Jivan Mukta. Again and again and again, I request, even if you forget all my teachings, all you learnt from all the spiritual books, all the spiritual satsangs, and all the spiritual knowledge you acquired, even if you forget everything, just remember this completion with yourself and others. you will live Jivan Mukti life. Completing with the wrong pattern, inadequate cognition, that anything you do will have lot of obstacles, impossible, is Ganesha Puja. Understand? Completing with that wrong cognition, which you think as strong cognition, which is not. You always think wrong cognitions are all strong cognitions, which is not true. Wrong cognitions are not strong cognitions as you visualize. Inadequate cognitions. Inadequate cognitions are not strong cognitions. Completing with it. Wrong cognition is never a strong cognition. Understand? We have a strong belief, anything I am going to take it up is going to be very difficult. Anything I am going to take up is going to be very difficult and impossible. When you have that strong cognition, it is going to be difficult and impossible. Naturally, you already felt the tiredness in your muscle memory. You already created tiredness in your biomemory. Please understand, already the tiredness and boredom has become your default cognition. That's the most difficult problem. That's the most difficult problem. We have to complete with that. Completing with the pattern of impossible, most difficult, is Ganesha Puja. That is what is worship of the Lord Vigneshwara. See, Vigneshwara, Ganapati, Ganesha stands for possible. No obstruction. Lot of obstructions means when he stands, all obstructions disappear. He stands for that possible. He removes obstacles. I tell you, please understand. Create the space of Ganesha in all of you. And remove, complete with the pattern that impossible, difficult, lot of obstacles are there. For next 10 days, this is the Ganesha Brahmotsava for the Sangha. For next 10 days, we are going to work on only this one thing, completing with all our impossible cognitions. Completing with all our ideas of impossibility, completing with all our ideas of lot of obstacles, completing with all our ideas of this is not good, this is not possible, that is not possible, this will not happen, that will not happen. Complete with all that wrong cognitions. complete with all that wrong beliefs, complete with all that inadequate cognitions. This is Ganesha Puja for all of us this time. This is the message for Ganesha Brahmotsava. This is the message for Ganesh Chaturthi. This time, these 10 days, doing completion. Anything which you think is obstacle for your declaration is Vigna. Completing with that is Vigneshwara Puja. Unfortunately, you even give up on yourself. Even this idea does not excite you. You think, no, I'll try, but it will not work out. I'll try, it will not work out. I'll try, it will not work out. Means what? You already finished. You can even complete with the strong layers and layers of negativity. The layers and layers of negativity. You can complete even with that. You can complete all the negative beliefs of your subordinates. Please understand, for whoever you take the responsibility, you can complete even for their negative beliefs. So, keeping Ganesha as the witness, with my integrity, authenticity, responsibility and enriching, I am completing for all your negative beliefs. I take the responsibility for the whole Sangha and all the devotees and disciples. I am completing all the wrong cognition, the cognition of impossible, cognition of giving up, cognition of lot of obstacles are there. I am completing. And you will all experience the power of my completion. With whoever, see, for whoever you are taking responsibility in your life, you can complete for their incompletion. It is possible. Because the space of completion which you carry, the power of that will naturally impact them and create completion in them. Make completion happen in them. Completing with that wrong patterns. Understand, whatever you declared in your life, anything you feel as obstacle to make your declaration into reality is wrong cognition, inadequate cognition. You can complete with it. Completing with that is Ganesha Puja. This time, this Ganesh Chaturthi, my message for all of you is completing with whatever you carry as impossible, whatever you carry as obstacle, complete with all of that. Each one of your declaration should become reality. Anything you think is stopping your declaration becoming reality is wrong cognition, inadequate cognition. Complete with all of that. Complete with all of that. Today, with the inauguration of the Ganesha Brahmotsava, I give this message. Complete with all your inadequate cognitions. complete with your self-doubt patterns, whether you can complete with your inadequate cognitions or not. Even your self-doubting patterns, whether I can complete with my incompletions or not, whether I can complete with my inadequate cognitions or not, is a one more inadequate cognition, complete with that also. So the layer by layer by layer, all the cognitions which smells with impossible, no, not for me, later on, back pain, I'm tired, life is boring, no, this all after 10 years. I need more resource. Too many obstacles. I tried my best. My logic is stuck there. This is much only I can do. This is what I am. All these are layers and layers and layers of inadequate cognition, wrong cognition, complete. Complete with all of that. That is why Ganesha is sitting in Mooladhara. Ganesha is Lord of Mooladhara. Once you complete with all these inadequate cognitions only, you will come out. Say, yes, I am here. Wrong cognitions are not strong cognitions. You strongly believe wrong cognitions are strong cognitions and they are default cognitions, and that is the way of life, which is not true. Understand? Today, inaugurating Ganesha Brahmotsava, I give this as a message to all of you. Next 10 days, all of us will complete all the inadequate cognitions, wrong cognitions, the cognition of impossibility, I cannot, I don't, I won't, the cognitions of obstacles. We will complete with all that. We will complete with all that. And completion with all these inadequate and wrong cognitions is the real Ganesh Chaturthi Brahmotsava this time for all of us. That is Ganesh Puja for our whole Sangha. Let us start Ganesha Brahmotsava from today. Kundalini is your possibility. You letting your possibility happening in you. You trusting your possibility without self-doubt. You responding to your possibility without the self-doubt is Kundalini energy. Please understand. Each human being allows himself to be expressed, allows his possibility without self-doubt in one dimension, no doubt. Even if you are a useless fellow, to be useless in that dimension, you allow your possibility without self-doubt. Somebody allows their possibility without self-doubt in the field of cooking. This guy may be useless in all other fields, but in cooking, he has no self-doubt about himself. He knows any dish he sees, he will be able to make it. Some people will allow themselves without self-doubt in the field of medicine. Maybe an orthopedic surgeon or general physician or eye specialist or dentist. Somebody may express their peak possibility without self-doubt in the field of law. So every human being expresses his peak possibility, allows his peak possibility in some one field without self-doubt. It is not that you don't express in any field at all. No, then you can't be alive. Even to be alive, at least in one field, you have to allow the Kundalini to breathe through you. Kundalini has to breathe through you at least in one field. I have seen some people, they will be so cunning. In the cunningness, they will allow their peak possibility. In some field, you allow your peak possibility without self-doubt. A great liar, he may have a lot of doubt about his character. He may have a lot of doubt about his ability to cook. He may have a lot of doubt about his ability to drive. But in his liar field, he will not have doubt. He will not have any self-doubt. Same way a dentist. He may have doubt about his ability to speak publicly. He may have self-doubt about his ability to handle his wife. He may have self-doubt about his ability to pick up languages. But in the dentistry, he will not have any self-doubt. So understand, in any field, you express your peak possibility without self-doubt. You allow your Kundalini to be awakened in that field.
Yes. So that was very beautiful introduction to the gap in 4 images directly revealed by Swamiji himself, where we learned on the inner image, outer image, others image, life image, how we should carry in each one of those. So what is inner image? Inner image is what you think about yourself, what you cognize about yourself, your understanding about yourself. And then outer image, how you project yourself to others. Others image, how others perceive you to be. Life image, how you perceive life to be is. So inner image, outer image, others image, and life image are very important to in today's session itself. Then there is a gap between all these 4 images, and that's what we covered, which is self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial. We always, the gap between inner image and outer image is self-doubt. The gap between outer image and others image is self-hatred. The gap between others image and life image is self-denial.
Understand. The outer image you have, the way you want to show yourself to others, will always be higher than what you think about yourself in the inner world. Inside, you will always feel there's something like you are not enough. You still need to grow. You need to expand even in order to meet others and your own expectations. So when your outer image does not match your inner image, it is bigger. So your inner image is small. So the difference between this is the self-doubt. Because you feel you cannot live up to your outer image, that is the self-doubt. Then the gap between the outer image and the other's image, when you feel others have some expectation on you, sometimes directly based on the outer image that you project, and you feel you're not able to fulfill it, you're not able to live up to the expectations other people have on you. That is when the self-hatred comes. Maybe you would have committed to someone, or someone had thought highly of you, but you were not able to fulfill that expectation they had on you, that trust they had on you. Then the self-hatred starts building in you. And finally, the self-denial. When your expectations about others and the ideas that you carry, how others feel about you, when there is a gap, see, you're supposed to align to what others expect of you. From the very space of Advaita, the other's image is a part of your identity. So as long as you do not align to what your team really expects of you, you will never be authentic. You will never live your highest possibility. But if you don't live up to that expectation, but you carry that same expectation to other people, there will be a gap. And you will, at some point, you will just feel, oh, it is not possible. Others will not support me. I will not be able to manifest this. Based on this gap, you will see when you live up to the other's expectation in the outside world, simply you will understand that everything is possible for you. Everything can be manifested through your own actions or even through the people around you. So with these 3 gaps, we form our fundamental incompletions in every layer, in every dimension of our experience.
Yes. So now let's enter into the internalization exercise. We want to be having 3 different steps. The first step is pen down all the self-doubts all of us have and the incidents when it started in each one of us. I'm repeating again. Pen down all the self-doubt each one of us have. All of us have self-doubt here and there in our lives. At least we can start off with whichever happened for the past 1 year or 2 years or so. Whatever you're able to remember. Write down all the self-doubt you have and the incidents when it started from you. It can be even from your childhood when it started. Write everything down in detail. This is the first step which we are going to begin. Let's take a few minutes as we sit. Bring your notebook and pen. Be seated. Please be seated. As we're going to begin the internalization exercise now. Yes. So now let's move on to the second step. As we completed the first one, finding out all the self-doubt we have and all the incidents which have started it with us. The second step is the self-hatred. Find out all the self-hatred we have and the incidents where it started in us. Let's begin now.
Yes, with this, we are now going to move on to the final step of this exercise. Pen down all the self-denial you have and the incidents when it started in you. See, between the outer and the world, the life image, wherever you fear there is a difference between what you expect from others and what others expect from you. And see, where in your life are you denying the very possibility for you to manifest? So it's not even that you feel you might not be powerful enough, you might not have what it takes, but you just from the get-go say, oh, this is not going to happen for me, without even any logical reason. You just feel, okay, no, this is probably not going to work. Look in, see in which situations in your life you have this kind of mental attitude, and look into the origins, look into the first incident when you have experienced this pattern, and let us dive deep and overcome the self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial. Yes. So now, I hope all of you were able to complete this exercise. Let us know in the chat all the breakthroughs that you have experienced, any insights you have gathered through this process. Please share them here in the chat. And let's get ready. As we are getting ready to enter into the next session, we are going to have a powerful Kriya. Requesting all the participants to please ensure that your cameras are switched on and you are visible on camera. This is part of the KAILASA's NSA, National Security Agency guidelines. So please follow along with the security guidelines. We are going to enter into a Kriya to actually cure hypertension. Understand, hypertension is one of the big diseases, especially in the Western world, but spreading more and more to Asia as well. Hypertension, one of the societal diseases which especially takes the lives of people in the older age due to our lifestyle choices. When the blood pressure increases, that is when many organs, they stop functioning properly, even the brain activity reduces, which can lead to all kinds of following diseases. So this Kriya will help alleviate high blood pressure and the side effects and after effects of hypertension as well. So this is directly a Kriya that can increase your lifespan and rejuvenate you, bring more intelligence to you. See, when the blood is clean, then the oxygen in the brain will also increase. So you will have higher cognitive function and you will be more energetic. It is a very powerful technique. We request all participants to please settle down. And yeah, let's get ready as we're going to enter into this process guided directly by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself.
Very easy but powerful process. I can prove in front of your eyes how the blood pressure comes down and becomes normal. Even once doing this Kriya. See, I tell all the devotees or disciples, followers who are having blood pressure, hypertension, do this process today and see how your pressure comes to normal. Just do this process for 1 week. You will see naturally the pressure will be normal. Talk to your doctors, you can stop medication. Before stopping the medication, better have one sitting with doctor, talk to the doctor, but I can tell you, within a week, your hypertension will become normal. Very simple Kriya. The whole Kriya will take maybe maximum 10 minutes, not more than that, just 10 minutes. But I give you the 100% guarantee, hypertension will become normal. It may be any level. Even if it is 150 by 100, it will become normal, because the setup, the process, the pattern through which I am making your hypertension normal is from the biomemory level, not from muscle memory. From biomemory, from the depth of your being. The first step, Mritasana in Chinmudra. Mritasana means corpse posture. Let me describe. Uddanam Shashwat Bhumau Sayanantu Savasanam Shavasanam Sramaharam Chitta Vishranti Karakam. Garanda Samhita's second Upatesha, 19th verse. Lying flat on the ground like a corpse is called the Mritasana. This posture destroys fatigue and quiets the agitation of the mind. Please lie down. No pillow, nothing should be for the head. You can use mat. Mat or mattress is okay. Better use mat or mattress, because otherwise you will feel cold and you will not do the technique properly. You may not do the kriya properly. Please use mat or mattress. If you feel cold, you may not do the technique. That's why I am saying mat or mattress. Okay. Next step. Lie down in such a way that you don't kick people. You are not getting blessed by somebody else. Second step. Please understand. In Mridasana, Chinmudra. See, if it is some complicated posture, I can tell no. I can understand. You can say that, oh, I can't do this, that. Mritasana and Chinmudra. Chinmudra is bring your index finger to your thumb. This is Chinmudra. Understand? Next instruction. Uddiyana Bandha. All of you know Uddiyana Bandha. Contract the bowels equably above and below the navel towards the back, so that abdominal viscera may touch the back. Hold like that in Uddiyana Bandha as long as you can. When you can't hold anymore, relax. Do this Uddiyana Bandha lying down 21 times. Do it 21 times. Hold as long as you can. Then relax. Then hold as long as you can. Then relax. next step. Jalantarabandha. Listen. Contracting the throat, place the chin on the chest. Means lock the throat. Just put your chin on the chest and lock the throat internally. Hold as long as you can. And exhale slowly when you feel you can't hold anymore. Do this again 21 times. next step, Muktasana. Please sit in Muktasana. Place the heel at the root of the organ of generation and the right heel above that. This is the way. Please understand. This is called Muktasana. Sit in the Muktasana. Payumule Vamagulpam Dakshagulpam Tatopari Samakaya Shirogrivam Muktasanam tu Siddhitam. This is Muktasana. Next step. Do Bastrika in this Muktasana 21 times. Understand? Bastrika is the powerful balancer of hypertension. Bastrika, let me describe the sutras. Bastraiva lokakarananam yatakramena sampramet tatavayuncha nasabhyam upabhyanchalayet shanaihi evam vimshati varancha krutva kuryavacha kumbhagam tatante chalayet vayum purvoktancha yatavidihi trivaram sadayetyenam bastrika kumbhagam sudhihi nacharogocha nachaklesha arogyancha dine dine. Let me describe the technique. As the bellows of the ironsmith constantly dilate and contract, similarly, let him slowly draw in the air by both nostrils and expand the stomach. Then throw it out quickly. Inhaling should be very, very slow. Exhaling should be fast and quick. Do this 21 times. Now, next step, come back to Brahmari Pranayama. Ardharatre kate yogi jantunam shabda varjida. Varjide karanao pitaya astabhyam guryat puraka kumbhakam. Shrunuyat dakshine kame nata mantartakam. Nata mantargatam. Shupam pratamam jinjiminatam cha vamshinatam tataparam megajarjara brahmari kantakamsyam tatapparam turiberi mridangadi ninadanaka dundubihi. Translation says, at the past midnight in a place where there are no sounds of any animal, etc., to be heard, let the yogi practice Puraka and Kumbhaka, closing ears by the hands. He will hear then various internal sounds in his right ear. The first sound will be like that of crickets, then that of a lute, then that of a thunder, then that of a drum. These are some of the descriptions. Let me give you the exact technique. Put your thumbs in the ears and hum intensely, as deeply as possible, as loudly as possible, as intensely as possible. Start. You can now relax. Stop. Relax. Do this kriya every day. At least once. If your hypertension is the border level, do once for next 21 days. If it is in high end, higher side, like 150, 100, that side, do at least twice. It will completely heal your hypertension. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, and share the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Yes, Nithyananda everyone. So after this powerful kriya for hypertension care, now we'll move to the next session, which is going to be power manifestation. And in this round of power manifestation, we are going to be working on manifesting the powers of body scanning. Specifically, you are going to be scanning for any of the conditions in your own body, and receiving the solution through your third eye by doing the power manifestation. So this is what you are going to be doing as part of this power manifestation. So I request all of you to please sit straight. All the participants, please sit straight and connect with the Swamiji by chanting Mahavakya. By chanting Mahavakya, you connect with Swamiji. You become one with Swamiji. Bring your awareness on the third eye. Be in complete restful awareness. Drop any kind of agitation, any kind of restlessness that you have. Drop the expectations for the result also. Just create the conscious resolution and decide to relax in the space of oneness with Swamiji. So while you are doing this power manifestation, you bring your restful awareness, on the third eye, and look at the whole body. Scan your whole body internally and see if there is any conditions, any health conditions that need to be attended by you. And at the same time, receive the solution also. Make the sankalpa not to just look into the health conditions, but also to get the solution, to heal that, to attend to that body issues. So I request all of you to start now.
राजाधिराजाय प्रशक्यशाकिने नमो वयं वै श्रवणाय कुर्महे नमे कामान्
ईश्वरो वैश्रवणो ददातु कुबेराय वैश्रवाय महाराजाय नमः ஈசனடி போற்றி சிவன் சேவடி போற்றி நேயத்தே நின்றடி மலனடி போற்றி மாயப்பிறப்பருக்கும் மன்னனடி போற்றி சீரார் பெருந்துரையிடம் தேவனடி போற்றி ஆராத இன்பம் அருளும் மலை போற்றி ஈசனே சிந்தை கவலம் வந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய் பூவோடு கனிகளை கொண்டு உன்னை பூஜித்தோம் அருள் தருவாய் கலி என்னும் கடலினில் மூழ்கிட்டையும் இனி கரம் தந்து காத்திட்டு கருணை பொய்கையில் அலர்ந்திட்ட அலவத்மம் போல உன் திருவடியில் வாழ்ந்திட நித்தியனின் வாராய் அருணாச்சலனே நீ வாராய் அகண்ட ஜோதியனே வாராய் அல்லல் நீக்கிடவே வாராய் அகிலம் போற்றுகின்ற ஈசனே சிந்தை கவலம் வந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய் பூவோடு கனிகளை கொண்டு உன்னை பூஜித்தோம் அருள் தருவாய் கையினில் சூலமும் மெய்யினில் வில்வமும் நிறையா கடல் நீர் முடியோடு தரிசனம் அருளவா செம்பொன் மாட சிற்றவை தனிலே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த உன்னை சிக்கன பிடித்தேனே வந்தும் புகழ் பெறும் நான் வரை நாயகா மதியனில் நிறைந்திடுவாய் மதி உணராதவர்க்கு மதி உணர் செய்திட வான்மழு நீ ஏந்திவாடிட சூழ்ந்திட திரள் சேர நீ வருவாய் அகம் உணர்ந்திட
नित्येश्वरी
காத்திடும் உத்தமத்தியே சத்குருவாய் வந்த நித்திய தாயே வேதங்கள் வணங்கிடும் ஆதியும் நீயே ஜோதிமலையிலே அவதரித்தாயே அவனியை பேணும் ஞானமும் நீயே அக்னி வடிவிலே அருள் புரிந்தாயே பூதங்கள் ஐந்தையும் ஈன்றவள் நீயே அழல் உருவாகவே ஈன்றெழுந்தாயே ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி கருமங்களை கொன்றிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் கருமங்களை கொன்றிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி அண்டமெங்கும் ஆளுகின்ற தேவியும் நீயே இந்த பிண்டத்திலும் வாழுகின்ற ஆவியும் நீயே அண்டமெங்கும் ஆளுகின்ற தேவியும் நீயே இந்த பிண்டத்திலும் வாழுகின்ற ஆவியும் நீயே குண்டத்திலே தீயனவே சிரிப்பவள் நீயே குண்டத்திலே தீயனவே சிரிப்பவள் நீயே யோக தண்டத்தையும் தந்த நித்திய ஞானத்தின் தாயே யோக தண்டத்தையும் தந்த நித்திய ஞானத்தின் தாயே
Yes. Nithyananda everyone, all of you can relax now. So in this round of power manifestation, you don't have to verify against anything. You have to only share, and you may be knowing it, that this is the problem that you had in this part of body, and you are able to see that through your third eye. Literally, many times when you do this scanning, body scanning, you will be able to see the different parts of your body, inside body which you have never seen. You will be able to see all those parts. You will be able to see all the blockages that is there, what are the issues that is there, and you will be able to see the solutions. So literally, for the very first time, maybe for many of you would be experiencing how your inner body looks like. So let me know how many of you are able to manifest the power, and what all problem you saw you saw in your body, and what was the solution that Swamiji revealed to you. So we'll have a few moments before we move to the next session. Okay, so today, as we are learning about what is incompletion process, we are working to align on what we want to be, and as part of that, we are looking into the identity that we carry, and the identity that we got to learn that there are four different identity that we all have it. Okay, it's not just one identity, not just two identity, but there are total of four identity that each one of us have it. And when we look into all those four identity, we see that there is a lot of gap that is there, whether it's inner image, whether it's outer image, or between inner image, outer image. Actually, the gap between inner image, life image. So all these four images, we get to see that there is a lot of gap is there. There is no alignment on what you want to be or what you project or how you want others to perceive and how others are perceiving you. And all this gap that is there in all our four different images creates lots and lots of powerlessness, lots of complications in our life. Because we want people to uh, think about us in a certain way. We want others to carry our image or about image about us in a certain way, and they carry certain completely different way, and that heavily impacts our relationship or what we want to get it done from the person or how we want to have a relationship with the person. So so not just with the others, but even in ourselves, within ourselves, the image that we carry or what we project means what we want to be, that difference also creates a lot of self-doubt or self-hatred or self-denial within ourselves. So we are going to be looking into what is the source of all of that. We have got to know that there is something called incompletion, which is the cause of gap between these four images. But we need to have more better understanding on what is incompletion, and that is what we are our focus is to learn from the coming session. So in the coming session, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji is going to be elaborately teaching us, revealing us what is incompletion and how we can recognize that. So we are going to not just learn the definitions, but also he is going to help all of us to recognize our own incompletions. And then in the coming session, the further session, we are also going to be working on recognizing and then further bringing completion with all those incompletions. So let us bring our authentic listening and listen to the revelations from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
I'm going to introduce you to you. As I said, you are not just the body or your mind or what you cognize as you. Listen, you are not just body or mind or what you cognize as you. Let me show you a simple presentation. Visualize this as a round. I am trying to redraw whatever is projected. Actually, you are totality of your body. Please, the first component of you is your body, the physical body which you are carrying, which is made out of bone, flesh, blood. This is the first component. Then second is your breathing structure. Inhaling, exhaling, the breathing structure is the second. Third, your mind. sometimes up, alive, excited, sometimes depressed, sometimes frustrated, sometimes feeling guilty, sometimes feeling alive, bright, sometimes feeling tired, bored. Mind. That is the third part of you. Fourth, what you cognize as you, what in core of you, what you cognize as you, what you feel as you, that's the fourth part of you. Fifth, the bliss, freedom beyond all these four. I can say the glimpse of real you. The real you is not what you think as you. Actually, the real you is covered by what you think as you. So whatever you think as you, your body, your breathing system, your mind, your cognition, when you penetrate all these four, then you realize the real you. You experience the real you. These 5 layers, in each layer you have certain mental patterns, incompletions. I can say that when you travel in city, if you are going from here and want to cross the city, so many diversions. Suddenly one political rally, take diversion. Then road is cut by PWD, take diversion. Road is cut by BSNL, take diversion. Traffic jam, take diversion. Finally, instead of crossing the city, you will end up back in the same road. No, that's what exactly is happening in our life. When you try to cross layer by layer and reach your core, please understand, every day, every one of you are struggling to experience your core. When you are back from your work, the way you throw your shoes, throw your clothes, lie down on the bed, even in that moment, you are trying to reach the real you. Unfortunately, constantly you are facing the boards, take diversion, take diversion, take diversion. Each one of your mental pattern is take diversion board, no entry board. Take diversion, no entry, road closed, maintenance work going on, sorry for the inconvenience. These are the boards you are constantly facing. Every pattern, every incompletion you are carrying is no entry board which stops you experiencing the real you. The real you. I should define the word incompletion. Words, thoughts, emotions, residues, hangovers of the past sitting in your present and not letting you live your future is pattern. Listen. Words, thoughts, emotions, hangovers, residues sitting in your past, not letting you live your future is incompletion or patterns. It can be as simple as morning cup of coffee. There are many people, without cup of coffee, they can't get out of their bed. or they can't get out of their bedroom. Many can't even go for 1, 2, 3 without cup of coffee. Now it's a physical level pattern. It can be as simple as cup of coffee and as complicated as always attracting abusive relationships. Please understand, if you are constantly attracting the people in your life who cheat you, who abuse you, who exploit you, even that is your pattern. So please understand, I have to tell you the truth. I have to reveal the truth to you all. If you are attracting again and again people who are abusing you, cheating you, exploiting you, or hurting you, harming you, even that is a pattern. I'll explain step by step. It can be as simple as morning cup of coffee to as complicated as attracting, abusing, hurting people in your life. Both are patterns at different levels. You have 5 parts of you where the patterns are stored. These 5-layer patterns are responsible for you not experiencing completion. Once you experience completion, you will simply know how to rewrite your life, how to create your life as you want. These 5-layer patterns, incompletions, with which we are struggling. Now I am going to help you. I am going to help you in these 2 days to complete and penetrate all those incompletions and experience the real you. The real you. The real you covered by what you think as you. I am telling you, whenever you see incompletions in your life, if you understand it may be factual but not real, you will reinvent yourself. Understand? A person gets back pain. If he thinks it is real and the incompletion is real, he can literally just collapse. I tell you, ordinary back pain has collapsed so many people. They lost confidence on themselves. Oh, if this continues, how will I go to my office? If I don't go to office, how will I make money? If I don't make money, will my wife stay with me? Will my husband stay with me? Will my son stay with me? How will I educate my daughter? My life is collapsed. Over. Ordinary back pain has collapsed millions of people. When you think it's a real incompletion, you are gone. If you understand, it may be factual but not real. You will approach the back pain with clarity. This incompletion is imaginary. That same back pain can help you to reinvent yourself. It can just support you to reinvent yourself. What is the reason for the back pain? whether my sitting posture or my way of perceiving me or my thinking about myself. What is it? Let's look in. It can lead to reinventing yourself. Ordinary back pain can even make you enlightened or can just collapse you. Both can happen just by ordinary back pain. Same way, a simple fight between husband and wife. If you think it may be factual but not real, you will look in what can be done to go beyond it. You can reinvent yourself. Or, I think this fight is never going to end. Come on, divorce is a solution. A simple fight, verbal fight. It may not even be fight, just strong exchange of few words. Even the words may not have wrong meaning, just the tone was little loud. It was not meaning problem, it was a decibel problem. Simple decibel problem, if you look in, this may be factual but not real, then that incompletion can help you to reinvent yourself. It's a decibel problem, not the factual, not even the meaning. Or, no, I cannot stand this torture. This is going on forever and ever. From my birth, my father shouted at me. From the time I got married, this fellow is shouting at me. And after some time, my son will start shouting at me. What? My life is just listening to shouting, 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 or what? I can't take it anymore. Call it off. Will your husband be responsible for your father shouting at you? Is there no a logical way of logically analyzing the logic? Should we not have a basic logically, a logical system to analyze the logic logically? Anyhow, whether it is a small headache or a decibel discrepancy problem, I'll give a new word. The decibel discrepancy problem. Or as serious as cancer, whatever may be the problem, I tell you, it may look like factual, it is not real. Really, I am telling you, the only thing you need in the whole life is stamina to stand up till you see the victory, nothing else. Your victory is guaranteed. Understand? Your victory is guaranteed. It is, the real problem is your fear about the failure making you powerless is the real problem. Nothing else. Your victory is guaranteed. Just you need to know, these incompletions may look factual, but they are not real. Understand? This one Satya, just this one Satya, I tell you, these great truths revealed in our Upanishads are not myth. Mythology, this word is the most abusive word given to our Puranas and Shastras and Upanishads. Myth is an abusive word. I am telling you, the right word for our Puranas, Upanishads, Shastras is subjective truth. When Bhagavatam says Krishna lifted the whole Govardhana hill with his little finger, it is not myth or mythology. It is a subjective truth. A person who wants to live the truth, for him it is truth. Subjective truth. Understand, Shivoham is not myth, mythology. No. It is subjective truth. Subjective truth. Whatever you remember in you, in your inner space, can either suffocate you or make you blissful, expanded. If you remember something painful, it suffocates you. If you remember something blissful, it expands you. Anything which suffocates you is a pattern. Anything you remember and suffocates you is pattern. Anything you remember and expands you is subjective truth. Shivoham, aham brahmasmi, tattvamasi, prajnanam brahma, soham hamsaha. All these Mahavakyas are not myth, it is subjective truth. Start living it. Tsunamis don't stop because of the plastic covers lying on the beach. Shivoham does not stop because of few stupid incompletions you are having in your being. Anything which you remember, anything suffocates you by remembrance is incompletion. Anything expands you by remembrance is subjective truth. I tell you, tsunamis does not get stopped by plastic covers lying on the beach. Shivoham tsunami does not get stopped by few stupid incompletions lying in your being. I am not just Shivoham tsunami, super Shivoham tsunami. Tsunami. Understand, the Shivoham tsunami cannot be stopped by any of the incompletions you remember or don't remember which is inside you. And first of all, you need to understand, as a constitutional setup of consciousness. Listen. See, your consciousness as a constitutional setup. The basic constitution of the consciousness does not allow incompletions to be inside it. By its nature, they are ejected out. Understand? A good DVD player, the moment you put corrupt CD, no, as a setup, it just ejects it out. It does not play. It does not tolerate it. Same way, the constitutional setup of your consciousness does not play with incompletion. By its very nature, it just ejects it, rejects it. So, don't be sitting and calculating the plastic covers and coffee tumblers lying in the Marina Beach and thinking that such a dirty place, how will the tsunami come? Tsunami cannot be stopped by the plastic covers. Shivoham cannot be stopped by the small incompletions you think you are having. As I said, start living, start living, start living. That is the only key. I can bless you tons of times, but only you can live it. So more than my blessings, you need your blessings. This hand is always showing victory, victory, victory and want to join. This hand also should decide to join. Only then it becomes whole. So this will become our new emblem and mudra. To remember, when you feel victorious, Mahadeva feels victorious. He wants you to be victorious because that is the way he feels victorious. The whole celebrates you feeling as whole because the whole feels fulfilled when you feel you are whole. Understand, I am telling you the secret. He wants you to experience Shivoham. Otherwise, why should he come down from KAILASA? He wants you to experience Shivoham. There is no other reason for him to make himself available to you other than making you experience Shivoham, because he also celebrates you experiencing Shivoham. Understand? Remember this one line. He celebrates when he is able to make you celebrate, because Mahadeva loves you. This is the real meaning of God loves you. Understand? Understand? I am not talking out of insensitivity. When I had a fracture in my hand, what I told my own body and DNA, please understand, it was a multiple complicated fracture. My great adventure on my horse. When there was a complicated multiple fracture, but within 24 hours, I was out in the public, continuing my responsibilities. Within 48 hours, I was delivering my satsangs. No painkiller, nothing. What I told to me to heal myself that quickly and come back to my normal life, and I guarantee with all my integrity, Mahadeva, as a witness, I tell you, not even one moment there was a pain. No question of pain, any pain. No physical pain, physiological pain, psychological pain. The moment I fell from the horse, when I stood up, I did not even check the hand. I saw there the Sanishwara standing with folded hands, said that I have to execute the ordained frames of life, because this physical body is in the plane, physical plane. So it has to move through the physical rules and regulations. And that was the Janma Sani time for me. The Shadeshat, L-Ray was going on. So he was standing with folded hands and said, I have to do my responsibility. And the moment I saw him, I smiled because the horse was black horse. And I was smiling. God, such a highly secured, tightly protected person like me. See, at least 5 to 10 sannyasis all the time around me. I can't even slip and fall even if I want. See, even if I want, if I slip also, I will fall only on my sannyasis. Any side they will be holding me. And such highly protected, tightly protected, and so beautifully this Sanishwara came and did his job and went. And he also said, I can never touch your consciousness, give any pain, but the physical plane, whatever has to go through, has to go through. Understand, at that moment, what is the Satya, truth I myself used to heal me, recover myself, I am sharing that with you all. Listen. Don't think this, whatever I am going to share now, is impractical or insensitive, because you are having suffering. I am giving this for you to work on it. No. When I had what I used, I am sharing with you. Please understand, your DNA, your bioenergy is always in the space of completion. Whether you think you have a stomach pain, headache, it can be as simple as a small scratch on the skin to as difficult as cancer. Tell your DNA you are complete and get back to your completion. You are complete and get back to your original state of completion. Don't go on imagining that there is some incompletion in you. Understand? Because one moment you are convinced there is a disease in you, that cannot become a fact or the ultimate truth. Listen. Yes, at that time I had fracture. There was a fracture, completely broken. It was not hairline crack, completely broken. Both bones fully broken. Actually, this other part of the hand was separately hanging, because both bones broke and came out of the hand, means through the skin, completely broken. But that was not the original state of me, and that is never going to be original state of me. The power of suffering is, it will convince you you are going to suffer forever. That is the worst power of suffering. Please understand. If you are convinced the suffering is going to be forever with you, you are in hell. That wrong conviction need to be weeded out. Need to be weeded out. The wrong conviction that suffering is going to be there with you forever brings the disease again and again back to you. Back to you. If you convince your DNA, your biomemory, you are complete, then completion will be brought back to you. Health will be brought back to you. You may be an enlightened being or an incarnation. It's not that Shani did not do his job. And he was so sincere. I was so happy. Actually, I am going to have the Shani deity installed in that spot. I am waiting for the work to be done. I saw him standing with all his smile and politeness, with all the joy and happiness that he did his job. And a normal person, any normal person can never have such big fracture falling from 4 feet height horse. And we even checked my bone density and all that, there was no problem. When he wanted, he simply did it. And I asked him, why hand? I asked Shani, why did you choose the right hand? He said, Swamiji, only that hand has acquired a lot of punya by healing so many people. So it will get healed quickly because of that punya. All that punya of healing so many people. All that goodness and merit is there in that hand, for that hand. And moreover, that hand has to be quickly repaired for the sake of so many people to get healed. So it will happen too quickly. That is why I chose the right hand. Understand the exact attitude and truth which healed me, I am sharing with you all. Any problem in your life is nothing but incompletion, which is imaginary. IMAGINERY. I am not in any delusion, and I am not deluding you. Our Upanishadic rishis who revealed this truth are not in delusion. They are neither in delusion nor in the mood of cheating you. Understand? See a great gold merchant. Out of his love for Shiva, he declares, I'll make 100 kg gold ornaments for Mahadeva. And he himself is the master of that science. Will he cheat 2 gram gold from that 100 kg gold jewelry? One, he knows the science, quality checking. Second, he is graceful, means he is full of gratitude. Neither he will cheat nor he will allow anybody else to cheat because he knows the science. Same way I am telling you, the Upanishadic rishis, neither they can be in delusion nor they can put you in delusion. Because they have nothing to gain by putting you in delusion. This gold merchant has nothing to gain by stealing 2 gram gold from that 100 kg gold which he wanted to give it to Mahadeva. Upanishadic rishis have put their whole life to humanity, sacrificed. They are neither in delusion nor can put others in delusion. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam. Now, we have seen the beautiful discourse from Supreme Body of Hinduism, how he experienced his hand fracture and what he responded, and how the Shanishwara responded to Supreme Body of Hinduism. So beautifully, he described the whole thing. And one more point, where Supreme Body of Hinduism insisted that all our problems are imaginary. Whatever the incompletion which we are carrying are imaginary. Due to some situation, we would have created that. Now, in further sessions, we are going to identify what is our incompletion.
So understand, as long as incompletions exist, they control our life. And that is what we learned from Swamiji in the previous session. where Swamiji elaborately talked about incompletion and how it controls our life. So as long as somebody else control our life, we are always going to feel suffocated, we are always going to feel exploited. So many different emotions, the powerless emotions, and this feeling of suffocation, feeling of that freedom is in somebody else's hand. You do not have control of your own life. All that will continue to exist, and to get out of all this, you need to bring completion. But before bringing completion, it's important that we recognize all the incompletions, all the powerlessness, all the frustrations, laziness, boredom, tiredness, irritation, any of this that we carry in our life, within ourselves, we need to recognize them, we need to find them. Then only we can actually work on bringing completion or removing all of those powerlessness. So now you are going to be working on finding the incompletions. So please pick up pen and paper and start looking in your life all the moments of powerlessness. So you are going to look, you can start from today itself, from the today, what all powerlessness you felt, what all unease with the life you felt, what all were the uncomfortable moment for you. Write it down, all of them, and go back in your life. Starting from today, go 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 3 years. Keep going back in your life and look at all such incidences where you literally felt powerless. You did not know how to respond to others, how to handle yourself, or how to respond to life. Understand? Whenever you feel powerlessness in these areas, they are because of incompletions, means you are carrying incompletion. So please start looking into, understand, this process is one of the most powerful process and most important process of your life. Till you achieve enlightenment, you are going to be doing this process. That's how important this process is. And only when you do the completion process, you will literally see what life is. You will see new life opening in front of you, and you will feel like, oh my God, so much was sitting inside me. I should have done this practice more and more, or I should have come to Swamiji much earlier. I would have become a much better person. Literally, this process is going to upgrade you. The very you will get upgraded. The kind of idea you carry about yourself, the kind of idea you carry about life, about others, everything will get upgraded. Not just improvement, literally upgrade will happen. So let us start. I request all of you to pick up pen and paper, be intense, and start looking back in your life and find out all incompletions. Then in the coming session, we will also work on bringing completion with all of that. So I request all of you to start now.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Nithyananda everyone. So now it is time all of you can share your understanding and you can share the progress, how it has been going. Let us know if you are facing any difficulty understanding or recognizing the incompletions, or at least how many of you actually felt that there are a lot of incompletions in your life. There are a lot of moments when you face powerlessness in your life. How many of you feel that this powerlessness or this incompletions has been impacting your life? You can just give a thumbs up or put a message. Yes. Morning, yes. What about other participants? So please feel free to share. See, this is incompletion. Once you start going into incompletions and then the completion process, you will understand the usefulness, the power of this process. You are literally going to fall in love with that process. You will continue to do process because so much of transformation, so much of life will be added in you. The more and more completion you do, the more and more incompletion you find and do the completion, you will see the more and more life is added. So nothing less than the life itself will be added to you. So much of power this process has. So before we move to getting into the completion process, we are going to have one more round of power manifestation on the body scanning. So I request all of you to get ready for power manifestation. All of you please sit straight. So we are going to do the same power manifestation that we did in the last round. So all of you are going to be again scanning through your third eye. Literally you are going to be looking within your own body. Literally you are going to be looking within your own body without using any kind of tools or any kind of instrument. Just with your third eye you will look within your body. You will find all the conditions, all the health issues that you have, and not just that you will be able to see the issue that your body has, you will be able to see why it is there and how you can solve it, how you can remove that condition from your body. So let's get into this exciting power manifestation. Please close your eyes and bring your restful awareness on the third eye, and with that chant Mahavakya. Connect with Swamiji. By chanting Mahavakya, be in oneness with Swamiji. Bring your restful awareness on the third eye. Do not try to put any kind of pressure, that putting full force or pressure on your third eye, that see different parts of my body. So you don't have to do, just bring your restful awareness. Literally how you will look on a rose flower or on the flower, that is how you are going to bring your awareness on the third eye, and through that awareness just look at a different part of body. Just start seeing, make the decision to see different parts of your body one after another. See all the different parts of body. Hold the intention to see the solution also of the conditions of your body conditions, and at the same time decide to be in oneness with Swamiji. Understand, it is oneness which is going to reveal all of that, which is going to awaken or which is going to manifest the power of third eye, which is going to manifest solution to the problem that you are having. So please continue. We'll be playing oneness capsule. So all of you continue to enjoy the oneness capsule also, and at the same time oneness with Swamiji himself.
காத்திடும் உத்தமத்தியே சத்குருவாய் வந்த நித்திய தாயே வேதங்கள் வணங்கிடும் ஆதியும் நீயே ஜோதிமலையிலே அவதரித்தாயே அவனியை பேணும் ஞானமும் நீயே அக்னி வடிவிலே அருள் புரிந்தாயே பூதங்கள் ஐந்தையும் ஈன்றவள் நீயே அழல் உருவாகவே ஈன்றெழுந்தாயே ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி கருமங்களை கொன்றிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் கர்மங்களை கொன்றிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி
नित्याय नमः ॐ नमः शिवाय 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 नित्याय नमः शिव शिव हर हर नित्याय नमः हर हर शिव शिव नित्याय नमः शिव शिव हर हर नित्याय नमः हर हर शिव शिव नित्याय नमः शिव शिव हर हर नित्याय नमः हर हर शिव शिव नित्याय नमः शिव शिव हर हर नित्याय नमः हर हर शिव शिव नित्याय नमः हर हर महादेवा 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 हर हर नित्येश्वरा हर हर नित्येश्वरा हर हर नित्येश्वरा
ॐ नमः शिवाय 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 नमः शिवाय नमः शिवाय गंगाधर लिंगेश्वर शंभो महादेवा गंगाधर लिंगेश्वर शंभो महादेवा गंगाधर लिंगेश्वर शंभो महादेवा गंगाधर लिंगेश्वर शंभो महादेवा जटाधर जम्बुलिंगेश्वर ॐ नमः शिवाय
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nithyananda everyone. So now I will again request all of you to share your experience of power manifestation. Let us all know what all you saw through your third eye while you are doing the power manifestation, and how was your experience of this very power manifestation itself, how you felt, literally when you are seeing your own body, seeing the problem inside it and finding the solution. Understand, almost all of us go through some problem or other health issues in our life, and we know how long and how much it takes to get out of all of that, especially when it is a serious health issues. We know how much of money, how much of time, energy, life, and so much we have to go through. Then only there are times we are able to get out of it, and then most of the times still we struggle to get out of those health conditions. And here, just comfortably in the relaxed position, you sit in oneness with Swamiji, and you are able to diagnose the problem that you have, the health issue that you have, without using any of the medical equipments, without having any medical degree, nothing. Literally just your third eye is enough to diagnose the problem that you have within your body and find the solution and heal it also. So let us know about your experience of this power manifestation. While you type out the answer, will also move to the next session, which is going to be understanding the process of completion. So in the previous session, we all worked on finding the various incompletions, various powerlessness that we have in our life. And now it is time that we all are looking for a solution. How to do completion? Now I have found the incompletion. What next? So the next is understanding the process of completion. So we are going to play a video from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where Swamiji himself will be guiding you in the process of completion. So let us bring our authentic listening and listen to what Swamiji is revealing.
Let's first work on psychologically conquering psychological time. I'll repeat what you have to write. The strong thought currents, powerlessness, incompletions from the past, which is influencing and driving you into your future. Those powerlessness moments, why you decided to become wealthy, why you decided to become powerful. If it is out of passion, great, no problem. If there is some powerlessness, some incident, incompletion is influencing you, pen down that. Let's catch the influence of the past on your thinking system. 94th verse, 22nd technique from Shivanyana Upanishad, which is part of Shivagama. Chittat yantaha kritir nasti mamantar bhavayet iti vigalpanam abhavena vigalpair uchito bhavet. I'll translate and give you the precise method. The essence of this verse is reliving is relieving. Means the past powerlessness which is influencing your thinking, relive those incidents, not remembering. Please understand, there is a big difference between remembering and reliving. For example, something happened in your life at the age of 8, 9, which is still influencing your thinking. I have seen people getting influenced by something happened when they were 3, 4 and all. They are 57. Something happened at 7 influences them. One man came to me and said, I never go to beach, Swamiji. Even if I drive through the beach roads, I shiver, sweat. I have a panic attack. I asked why. No, at the age of 7, I went for a walk with my father. I saw murder happening in a beach and we ran away from that spot. From that spot till I can't, now I am 57, I can't go to beach. 40 years, the pattern with which he is suffering. Sometimes the past influences you so much. See, carefully listen. You are now 57, something happened at the age of 7. If you remain as 57 and visualize what happened at that age of 7, that is called remembering. Reliving means forget your present identity. Just dump it, throw it. Become that person. At the age of 7, what intelligence you had, how you were, visualize and become that person. Enter into that person's physiological, psychological frame. Take few minutes and meditate on that person. Become that person. Then relive. When you relive, all the powerlessness accumulated in your nervous system during that incident, it may be emotional suppression or the identity crisis, various guilt, pain, suffering, it will all just break, collapse and leave your system. Your system will be clean. System will be cleansed. When the effect of your past is reduced on your existence, you will not reproduce it as it is or in an altered way on your future. Neither reproducing as it is nor reproducing in altered way is liberation. You may ask, then I will not do anything in the future? No, you will do a lot. But not as an altered expression of the past, but liberated expression from the past. The liberated expression means even if you make money, you will do it just to enjoy, celebrate. But if you are making money because you have been teased as a poor, because you have been challenged as a poor, because you have an identity crisis as a poor, even if you become rich, you will continue to suffer. I have seen many moneyed poor people. Understand, paradoxical word. Moneyed poor people. Poor are those who have only money. Uneducated are those who are educated only in schools, especially modern Indian schools. I have to put this on record. Any of you think I'm little intelligent? I tell you, I never went to school properly. And any of you want to become intelligent? I give you this as my first instruction. Remembering is different. Reliving is different. In remembering, you will justify, analyze, criticize, judge, hate, deny. In reliving, nothing of that exists. Just become that person. Pick up one incident which you want to complete. Become that person. Forget your present identity. Relive at least 3-4 times. Then pick up the second incident. Become that person. Relive at least 3-4 times. And I tell you, this one technique, it can give you as simple as freedom from headache to as complicated as freedom from this whole samsara. From today, we'll start moving towards completion. The first step you should take, listen. Now you wrote all the incompletions. It can be as less as 25, 30 or as huge as 1000, 2000. Now decide, from this moment these completions will not have power over your decision or cognition. Listen. Understand the meaning of this word. Even till you complete, these incompletions cannot have power over your cognition, your decision making. You can sit and complete all this day by day, one by one. See, it's like elephants. I have seen the temple elephants eating. They will catch hold of a huge bunch of sugar cans. They will eat those sugar cans one by one or 2, 3. But till they complete eating, till they eat also, they will not allow anybody else to come and touch that sugar cans. Once they declare it is theirs, it is theirs. They may be slowly eating or not eating. They may eat even tomorrow, day after tomorrow, but no one can touch it. Same way, you may complete tomorrow or day after tomorrow, but those incompletions cannot have power over you. Be very clear. Declare completion. Now, you know all this is incompletions. Understand, completion works more with your conscious decision. Completion works more with your conscious decision. Completion is more a conscious decision, less a technique. Pranayama, yoga, all of them are more a technique, less a conscious decision. Completion, more a conscious decision, less technique. Means your decision plays a major role in completing. Then actual technique. If you just decide, now you are complete, over. I never did in my life sitting and reliving, going through or looking at that mirror 24 hours. I never did all these things. Simply my masters showed me, this is incompletion. Drop it, over. So it is your decision that plays major role. See, this penning down is like an identification. Now what you pen down, even if it is 25 pages, you should paste it next to your bed. And every day, for next few days, you should read that and tell yourself, I am complete with all this. After a few days, you will be bored to read them because they have no more power over you. Then you can tear them and put it in the dustbin. You should feel bored to read your incompletions. Then you are complete.
Nithyananda. Yeah, with this discourse from Supreme Body of Hinduism, he explained clearly how declaring completion will help to control over I mean, the power of incompletion won't affect us. And with single decision of declaring completion, we don't have residue of incompletion in our life in future. Now, with this powerful cognitions by Supreme Body of Hinduism, let's enter into the completion technique.
Yes. So in this internalizing exercises, we are going to learn about two different techniques of completion. Both are powerful and both has its own importance and effect on the incompletion that you carry, the way you can bring completion. So in the first process, you have already gone through the one round of introduction about this process, how we actually relive and bring completion or relieve yourself from that hangover of the past. So I'll just go through a few of the questions that still you may have, that how to relive. Okay, so when it comes, a very simple answer, you are going to see it as it was in the past. So literally the past incident, in the previous session you have written many of the past incident where you felt powerless, where you didn't know how to handle yourself or how to respond to people or how to respond to life. You are literally clueless, powerless, going through so much of ups and downs, mood swings. You literally didn't know what to literally do. So there is an incident that happened at certain point of time in your life. Okay, when you are going to relive, that means literally you are going to again live that process. Means you are again going to live that life that happened, let's say 10 year, 15 year or 20 year ago, the life that happened. You are literally recreating and literally reliving that one. What does that mean? Like literally you disengage yourself from the present identity, the present atmosphere that you see, the present intelligence that you have. Whatever constitute your present, completely disengage yourself from that. And whatever constituted past, the incident that happened, you get into that. Intensely, you live that. So what will constitute your intelligence? The kind of dress you are wearing, the kind of body that you have, the kind of people around you, the environment that you had, the intelligence that you had, the emotions that you had, all those constitute you. So literally you become that, and literally you disengage yourself from the present itself. That is the process of reliving. So the more intensity you bring in reliving, the more you will be relieved from the hangover of that past. So literally become that child again. Understand, if you are going to complete with an incident which happened at the age of 7, you are going to become the same 7-year-old child again. The intelligence that child carried at that time, the kind of body the child had, the kind of experience he was having, literally you become same. You will be living with the same dress, same environment around you. Literally you become into that situation itself. Understand, while you are doing this process, while you are going through the completion process, when this completion happens within your system, you will see that so many things would be happening. You may be going through emotional ups and downs. Let it happen. You may be crying. Let it happen. You may feel shivering, shaking. Let all that happen. If you feel like sweating, let it happen. Do not stop. Many times we have like, the more we grow, we want to hold ourselves in such a way that we do not want to feel like crying in front of others. We do not want to shiver or go through the fear that we are going through. We always try to some way or other, we try to stop it from happening or going through that emotions. We suppress that emotions. But while you are doing this process, whatever emotions erupt in you, let it happen. You go through it. Do not resist. While you are doing this process, at least for once, you decide not to resist, not to suppress any of the emotions, anything that is happening in your body. Just go through it. You will see that literally all those emotions are going to leave your system also. So not that you are going to feel broken, or not that you have to protect your identity. Be in a place where nobody is seeing you, nobody is around you, so that you can go through as it is happening, and you will see that literally you will be relieved, you will be feeling relieved, and so much of life energy will start oozing out in you. So much of life you will feel within you. So let us start this process. We'll give some time. So for that, just pick one incident. All of us will have so many incompletions, so many incidents, but we may not have sufficient time to bring completion with all those incidences. So rather pick one incident which is intense for you, which literally makes you powerless. Even when you remember, you start feeling powerless, you start feeling some emotions, some powerless within you. So remember that one incident and start doing completion. Pick up that incident rather than remembering. Pick up that incident and start doing the process of reliving. Okay, understand while you are doing reliving some of the things that we would like you to be aware, specifically what is not. So you should not try to justify the emotions or sugarcoat those emotions. We have this habit of suppressing it, resisting it, or justifying it when we do not know the right reason why it happened. When we are not able to find the solution, many times we console ourselves by giving some sort of bogus justification that whatever happened was right, that is the way it should have happened. So you do not get into any kind of justification. No justification you are going to carry from present. Okay, so if you felt at that moment like if some incident is related with your mother, and at that incident you felt that your mother is demonic, you literally relive that. Do not try to justify and bring that, no, how can I say that my mother is demonic, what people will say, and how can I be a person like that who can abuse or call my mother like that. Understand, you are not going to get into justification, neither as a right or a wrong, but just you are going to relive that emotion. That is how it happened. Just relive it, because reliving only is going to relieve yourself. Reliving is only going to take out that emotions. You are going to literally throw out that emotions from your system and free yourself once for all. So do this very, very sincerely. Okay, let's start. Pick up just one incident. I request all of you to pick up one incident, and once you have picked up one incident, we'll just get into that space of completion. So sit straight and close your eyes and take a few moments to consciously forget your present context, your present itself. Just take a few moments to forget your present context and then start reliving. Get into that incident. Disengage yourself from the present and completely engage yourself in the past incident which brought powerlessness, which literally shook your whole cognition, literally made you powerless. You didn't know how to respond to the life, how to handle yourself, how to get out of that situation. Literally nothing, no answer you had, other than so many emotions that you went through, the powerlessness that you felt. Live intensely again and again. Do not be afraid of facing what comes out. Do not try to suppress anything. Just allow yourself to be relieved. Allow yourself to go through that incident again, but this time consciously. So I request all of you to start this process. We are going to give you a few minutes for this. Remember that you are going to do completion with only one incident. If you feel that you have extra time, do it again and again. Repeat this process, but continue to do completion with just one incident. Okay, let's start now. slowly you can relax. Take a few moments to relax from the completion process. So all those who have been doing it sincerely, you would have understood the process, how it works, and what you need to do
12 o'clock.
to bring completion with your past, with all the incompletions, all the powerlessness that you have. The more sincerely you do, the more you are going to learn, more depth you are going to have. You learn the process. Understand, once you have learned the process, you can use it for any incompletion that you have and bring completion. Literally, one solution for all the problem. Literally, all the problem. Not just one or two, but any and every problem of your life can be attended, solved just by this one completion process. So we are going to learn one more completion process, and in this process you will need a mirror. You can have a life-size mirror. If you have, you can have the hand mirror also. If you have a small mirror, that's also okay. You need to, it should be sufficient enough so that you can look into that mirror and look through all your three eye, into the three eye in the mirror, in your reflection. So whatever process that we did in this one means we were doing the reliving process in your inner space. So the whole past living was happening within your inner space. In this process, the next process that you are going to be doing, you are going to do the same thing in the mirror. So you'll again pick up one incident and you'll do the reliving process of that past incident inside the mirror. So you lock your three eye, you will look into the mirror. Both your eyes will be locked with your reflection, or rather all your three eye, including the third eye, it will be locked with the three eyes in the mirror. And then again do the same reliving process. Disengage yourself completely from the present context and get into that incident. Completely engage yourself, immerse yourself in that incident. Be intense while you live that past incident of your life. So let us start this round of process. I request all of you to pick up a mirror. Look into the mirror. Look into your both eyes. And third eye, look into the third eye reflection in the mirror. Take a few moments to disengage from your present context and then get into the past context. Please start the process. Again, we'll be giving a few minutes for this. Nithyananda everyone. All of you can relax now. Please take a few moments to relax from this completion process. Please settle down. Now you can come back to the present context. Yes. So with this, now we know with this two process of completion that how to do completion, how to heal our past, the various powerlessness, the suffering, the suffocations, the fear, what not, so many emotions that we go through and we do not know how to handle all of that. Now we know that we have the process, we have the science to heal all of that, overcome all these problems of the life. So you can use these processes again and again to bring completion, again and again to heal yourself and add life to yourself. So now after knowing the process of completion, we are again going to get back to creating the identity. So we have started with understanding what our identity is and how the gaps are created and then how to bridge those gaps. Once we have brought completion, now we have power, we have a space to create new identity, rather to say new authentic identity, the identity which is going to bring fulfillment to you, the identity that you wanted to build, how you wanted to experience and express your life. So now we are going to listen to the supreme point of Hinduism, where Swamiji will be sharing the various powerful cognitions, understandings and the techniques to rebuild, or rather to say create a new powerful and authentic identity. So let us listen to this video.
I'll expand on the power of authenticity. Please listen. It is authenticity makes you man. Neither the birth nor the growth of your body or the growth of your wealth makes you a man. It is authenticity which makes you a man. Please listen. All sufferings, when I say all, I mean capital letter ALL. All sufferings is because you forget your identity again and again and again. All the good things are showered on you when you become authentic. Again and again, aligning yourself to authenticity is tapas. I wanted you to understand this one thing. When you are putting your inner image and outer image, don't try to describe it in just one word. Some of the people have just put Shivoham, 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 Shivoham for all the four. Understand, what do you know about Shiva? Describe the inner image you wanted to have. Even if you define it overall under the title Shivoham, describe what you understand as Shivoham, because now whatever you describe as your inner image, anything other than that, if it is sitting inside you, it has to be completed and dropped. So, The article title can be Shivoham, but the article has to be written detailed way. When you write inner image Shivoham, describe the detailed qualities. What do you think as Shiva? Please listen. You will not know Shiva as on now, but at least pen down what do you think as Shiva. Let us complete all the incompletions other than your perception of Shiva. For example, if you perceive Shiva, all powerful, all knowing, always compassionate. So now you will have to complete with your ignorance, powerlessness, all ignorance, and all violence. You have to complete and drop them. Then don't think you will get only the 3 qualities of Shiva. Once you finish completing with few incompletions, all the qualities of Mahadeva which you imagined and not imagined will break open as if the floodgates were opened inside your system. Understand? There is a beautiful Upanishad in our Vedic tradition where the Guru was asked by a disciple. The disciple asked the Guru, why don't you initiate everyone into the great truth of Advaita? You are the ultimate. Guru says people won't understand. Disciple says, no. You are not that graceful. You discriminate. The Guru says, all right, sit next to me. He makes him sit. He calls all the demons, asuras, and gives them the Advaita Upadesa. You are the ultimate. Immediately, they went back to the Asura Loka and declared that we are everything. Eat, drink, be merry, and destroy everybody else. He calls the human beings. He says, you are the ultimate. Gives them the Advaita Upadesa. They jump into the planet Earth and say, we are the ultimate, come on, enjoy, have pleasure. Pleasure is life. Pleasing the body is the goal. He calls the matured beings and says, you are the ultimate. They sit in samadhi and get enlightened. Understand, sometimes the same truth, if you don't live it with authenticity, can be dangerous. If you live with authenticity, one truth is enough to completely make you enlightened. The truth about death, either it can make you more and more dharmic and enlightened, or it can make you more and more greedy and lusty. You can say, anyhow I am going to die, why unnecessarily waste the life? Let me meditate and become enlightened. You can also say, anyhow I am going to die, why waste life? Come on, let's drink, womanize, be in pleasure. Same truth. With authenticity works in a different way. Without authenticity works in a different way. Without authenticity, you are the ultimate can make you demon. Without authenticity, the spiritual strength or the spiritual teaching which is given to you can make you demon. Only with authenticity it makes you enlightened. Understand? The basic quality for life is authenticity. The first and foremost quality for the life to start in you is authenticity. So describe what is your inner image, elaborate, detailed way, and describe what is your outer image in an elaborate, detailed way, how you want to project you. Describe others' image, how people should perceive you. Describe the life image, how you want to experience life and others. Describe all these four elaborately, because as elaborately as you describe, it will be easy for you to find the incompletions. I am giving you an example. For example, if you describe all-knowing is my inner image. So now the incompletions you are having is your ignorance. Why you entertain ignorance? Ignorance is always made to look cute in the name of innocence, which is not right. But society, to keep you under its control, celebrates your ignorant side. Please understand, whenever I walk into Gurukul, the first thing I'll remind them is, your ignorance is not celebrated here. One kid, all the time she will be confused whether to be here or go back to the house. And she will always think, I'll tolerate her ignorance. I'll say, no, now tell, do you want to be here or go back? You can go back immediately. Now I'll call your parents and send you back. She will say, no, I don't want to. See, as a child itself, you should not entertain this dilemma, which is the root of ignorance. In our Gurukul, dilemma should never be allowed or celebrated. Even if you make the decision, you are going back, it's great. Decide, because decision moves the wheel of life. Undecisiveness, indecisiveness keeps you stuck. Feeling stuck is adharma, moving is dharma. Anywhere in the life when you feel stuck, it is adharma. Whether you are a kid or grown up, ignorance should not be celebrated. So you will have to find all the roots of the ignorance in you and complete with them. If you declare yourself as all compassionate, always for all compassionate, then you will have to be finding out all the incompletions like anger, violence, and complete with them. So the teamily, each one in the teamily will help the other persons to find their incompletions based on their declaration. Please listen. The first foremost incompletion you develop is identifying you with a small boundary. Please listen. Identifying you with the small boundary first foremost incompletion you experience in your life is identifying you with the small boundary. Just see, what do you feel about yourself in your dreams, early morning when you wake up, or your default idea about you? Understand? Please listen. Your altered idea about you will never be accepted as you by the people around you. Your teamily, team plus family is teamily. Your teamily is intelligent enough to recognize your default identity, and it will never ever accept your altered identity as you, because 24 hours you will not be able to hold on to your altered identity. You will fall back on your default identity. So please understand, the only way to get rid of the default identity, recognizing it is not your true identity. Second, completing with it. Alternative identity is not transformed identity. Alternative identity is not authentic identity. Just see, what is your default identity? You will see that frightened child, that terrorized child, all the time waiting to get tired, waiting to get bored, waiting to give up, already planning to break. When you start the business, already your default plan is, if it collapses and I go bankrupt, what should I do? When you tie the knot for the marriage itself, if this marriage breaks and ends up in divorce, what should I do? Everything, while you are starting itself, please listen. I am not saying don't be careful. I am only saying don't be foolish. This carefulness of a frightened child is nothing but not even getting out of your cradle. From cradle, you directly want to jump into grave. You do not want anything between the cradle and the grave. If both can be two in one, you will be more happy. Complete that frightened child inside. Actually, if you talk to your teamily and ask the help of your teamily to identify your incompletions and inauthenticities, actually teamily can suggest only your inauthenticities. You only can find the root of incompletions based on the inauthenticity input. Please understand. Identifying your incompletions based on the input from your teamily about your inauthenticities is what I describe, I define in Sanskrit as anava. Anor bhavaha means the feeling of belittled, not being little, belittled. Being can never become little. Feeling belittled. Anava. Anor bhavaha. Please understand. The word anava, we always have a wrong meaning. We portray Ravana or Hiranyaksha, Kamsa, Shishubala to portray Anava. No. Understand? Of course, they are all embodiment of Anava, no doubt, but not the context from which you understand. You always think Anava means showing more than what you are. But Anava means feeling lower than what you are. Only then you start showing more than what you are. Feeling belittled. Please understand. There is a big difference between these two. If you understand Anava as showing more than what you are, you will start doing completely wrong exercise, trying to show yourself as a very humble. Understand? I am defining the whole process. First thing, you clearly pen down your authentic identity. What is your inner image, outer image, life image, and others' image? You pen down properly and declare it to your teamily. Let your teamily pinpoint all the inauthenticities you are having. Why you are not able to achieve your authentic identity? When your teamily points out your inauthenticities, don't fall into incompletion. Now take those inauthenticities and start looking into the origins of that inauthenticity in you. If your teamily says you don't have a love or compassion or trust, don't fall into incompletion. You are not a failure. You might have failed, but you are not a failure. Understand? You might have failed from your birth, but you are not a failure. Because you have a consciousness which is born. The consciousness can never be a failure. Listen. When your teamily points out you don't have love, trust, compassion, look back when that feeling belittled has started in you. Feeling small, feeling belittled, that fear, powerlessness, when that started in you, catch when that Anava started growing in you. Anava, I think I can say one of the best beautiful word to describe the true happening of feeling belittled. Because only when you feel belittled, you show you are big. You try to belittle others. When you track back, when you trace back, when you started feeling belittled first, come up with all the incidents when the pattern started and how you built that pattern. It will not be more than 15 paise worth. You would have started feeling belittled when your brother snatched 3 candy from you. With that feeling belittled, you gave up your Shivahood itself. You have not lost just the 3 candy. Because you decided to carry on that feeling belittled, you lost Shivahood itself. See, when you started building that feeling belittled. Understand? All the incompletions you wrote should look like meaningless. Till then, go on reading it every day and declare completion. When you feel some of them have you don't even remember them anymore, you can scratch them. I wanted all of you to do this very sincerely. One side, the authentic inner image, outer image, life image, others image. The other side, all the incompletions you are supposed to complete to achieve that authenticity. This is the process for authenticity. Integrity to Advaita, authenticity to Advaita, responsibility from Advaita. Responding from Advaita is responsibility. Enriching the world with Advaita, causing everyone to experience Advaita is the goal of me and our Sangha. Understand? Integrity, all of you know, it's very easy and simple. For practicing how it is, I don't know, that is up to you. But for understanding, it is very easy. Authenticity is what we are doing now. The whole process is about authenticity. To bring authentic Advaitic experience into you, this whole teamily exercise. Every day I wanted you to read all the incompletions and declare completion. These incompletions will not have any more power over me. And there are few incompletions maybe like a pain point in you. They will be the pain factor. Complete with them. Complete with them. Because today's satsang is all about the technique, all about the process. So listen. Even you understanding completion is more a decision, less a technique, is very important for you to do it. Even you understanding completion is not much to do with the doing, it is less to do with the doing, much to do with understanding, deciding. Even you clearly understanding which part is tumor and which part is your body, which is your organ and which is the tumor. That understanding itself makes the tumor powerless. Understand? Tumor also gets power from you. The moment you understand it is not part of you, it loses power over you. The energy supply towards it is stopped. I wanted all of you to understand. Today's whole satsang is just this two words. One. Paste all your incompletions and the authentic identity you have to achieve, both, next to your bed. That's the first instruction. Second, every day read these incompletions and declare, decide, you will be complete and you will not allow these incompletions to be in your cognition or decision making. You will go on be completing it. Even till you complete. Just because you understood their incompletions, you will not allow them to be part of your cognition anymore. So the first thing all of us have to realize, the authentic identity you are building is a spiritual practice. Only from this you can take the quantum jump of beyond identity, the space of beyond identity. We always think, after all, from the bridge, if I am going to jump into the river, why should I build the bridge? But without bridge, if you directly try to jump into the river, you may die by hitting yourself on a rock. From the bank, if you just try to jump into the river, what will happen? You may die on the rocks which are there in the banks. So even to jump into the river, you need to find a right place where you can really swim and enjoy the river. So you need to build a bridge even if you are going to jump into the river. You need to build authentic identity even if you are going to enter into the space of beyond identity. That's the first lesson. Please understand. We should know our problems, only then we can correct it. The practices of building the mind. Practices of building the mind. Listen. I am using this word once more. Practices of building the mind is as important as practices of building the body, like eating, sleeping. I wanted this as the punchline for today. Just like sleeping, completion is required for mind. Just like eating, authenticity is required for the mind. For body, eating. For mind, authenticity. For body, sleeping. For mind, completion. Like how you eat all day. If you don't have work, you are only eating or drinking. Morning, the moment you wake up, little fruits, 2 bread, 1 cup coffee, and then brush the teeth. Finish 1, 2, 3. Come back and have just few idlis, hot idlis. Chutney, sambar. And then while you are driving to the office, little French fries and 2, 3 burger. Then the moment you reach the office, Coca-Cola. Whole day how you go on and on and on eating. There are some people who just faint the moment they hear about my disciples Nirahara. Forget about doing Nirahara. The moment they hear my disciples, many of them live without food, they die. They faint. Without eating. The muscles which are not becoming part of your body only becomes tumor. Your thoughts and actions, words which are not becoming your authentic identity only becomes incompletion. Your incompletions receives energy from you. Your tumor grows from the energy supplied by your body. Don't think your enemy is supplying energy to your tumor from somewhere. No. Your enemy should not agitate you with the wrong beliefs. You should agitate your enemy with the right facts. Understand? Never allow yourself to be agitated by your enemies. Be very clear. No enemy can supply energy to your tumor. No enemy can supply energy to your inauthenticity. It is you who supply energy to your inauthenticity. You who supply energy to your tumor. Nobody else. So whole day you will see your thoughts, your actions, your words strengthen the inner image, outer image, others image, life image you want to create. Tuning your thoughts, words, actions to your authentic identity whole day and living is what I call perpetual completion. Listen. Perpetual completion. Whole day, whole night, continuously, perpetually, your thoughts, words, actions, strengthening your authentic identity is perpetual completion. If you want your identity to be very friendly, loving, never ever use a strong abusive word. Don't think, no, I want to be friendly with that group, but with this fellow if I use the abusive word, what is the wrong? No. That group may not listen to this word, but the effect of this word will be there inside you, which will be smelled by that group. You can never cheat yourself. So understand, if you think logically, you can hide information here, information there. Life doesn't work like that. Bring authenticity to your thinking, action, words. I tell you, the power authenticity gives you. If you are my disciple, if you have lived around me and felt awe by the power I radiate, see, I cannot compare, I cannot give any other explanation, definition. I can only speak from my experience. Please understand, if you are my disciple, if you have lived around me, if you experience the power I radiate, if you have been awed by it, I just want to tell you one word. With all my integrity, I tell you, that comes from authenticity. Please understand, it is not bargain. Many times, your insecurity and inauthentic identity is established on what you think as yours, please listen. The I and mine, these two are the root of all your incompletions. I and mine. People always think the I comes first and then mine happens. No. Mine comes first, then I happens. Based on whatever you cognize as yours, you cognize who you are. Listen. Based on whatever you cognize as yours, based on that you cognize you. Many times the yours, that mine, becomes the source of I. So if you give away all of them, the incompletions also will disappear. You will evolve a new I which can be reinvented, which can be rebuilt based on completion. I tell you. Poor man is a man who has never seen poverty even once in life. Understand? I am defining who is poor man. Poor man is a man who has never seen poverty even once in life. I am not promoting poverty. All I am trying to tell you is, even once, if you have not realized poverty, you will not have the free space in your being to reinvent yourself. That is why in the science of enlightenment, at one point you have to break, renounce everything, be in the street empty-handed, till that you don't own anything. Nothing can be the reason for your cognition of I. Your I has to be just dependent on I. The mind cannot be the foundation ground for I. For that understanding to sink in, at least 1 year in your life, you should have been empty-handed, nothing, without anything. No relationship, no friends, no money, nothing. I tell you that 1 year will give you the strength to reinvent who you are. And I can tell you, 9 years of my accepted poverty, self-imposed poverty, not imposed on me forcibly. I may not want to say my Purvashram family is rich, but they are decent. They were able to provide food and clothes and shelter for me. That much they are able to do. But when I renounced all of that, and family, friends, all the known contacts, everything, that 9 years of self-imposed poverty gave me tremendous space to reinvent myself and rebuild the new I from the space of completion.
Yes. What a powerful revelation here. If you self-imposed poverty, live without renouncing everything. No friends, no money, just dependent on yourself. And how he described from his life, his own story, his own life story, 9 years of Pariraja Yatra. Described that at least 1 year, everybody should spend at least 1 year without anything, self-imposed poverty. And how I and mine, it the mind which comes first, then the I. It is not the I first, it is the mind. So when there is mind, from mind it becomes I. And when you have renounced everything, there's no mind, only I is there, then the actual renunciation happens. So creating authentic identity is necessary to manifest Paramadeva, Paramashivam, Paramashiva. So now we'll be entering into the internalization exercise on creating your authentic identity. So let's pen down the 4 best images. Your best inner image, what you feel about yourself, the best. Just pen down all the best things that you feel about yourself.
So now you are going to write down all your 4 images. Your best inner image, the best outer image, the best others image, and the best life image.
The best inner image can be like, I want to be joyful. I want to be blissful. I always want to be a space of completion. The best outer image would be, I want always to be active. I want to be intelligent. Best other image, others perceiving you as you are a good person, you are energetic, you are fearful, you are fearless. The best image is what you want others to have about you. The best life image, life is supportive. Life doesn't give up. It is always there whenever you want. So pen down whatever the best 4 images that you want in your life. So we'll be taking a few minutes for this internalization exercise. So let's begin this. You are penning down authentically and performing this internalization exercise. Let's begin. Now let's move on to the next step. Manana. Read what we have written so far and internalize it. So let's take few minutes for this. Now we'll be moving on to the final step into this exercise. Now, what creates the gap between the current four images and the best four images? Let your team lead pinpoint all the inauthenticity that you are having. Why you're not able to achieve your authentic identity. Now, take those inauthenticities and start looking into the origin of those inauthenticities in you. So when you start building that feeling belittled, actually, Swami said, when you feel belittled, only then you start expressing. So let's continue. Let's perform this internalization exercise. Yes. Now you can relax. With this, now we'll be moving on to the power manifestation round. So let's sit with your head and spine in a straight line. Today, we are manifesting the power of body scanning and changing the pulse of. Now we'll be manifesting the power of body scanning and changing the pulse of another person. So please turn on your video recording. You'll be manifesting the power of scanning another person's pulse. And then we'll be verifying it. So you can pair up in the Zoom also. Please find a volunteer for this round. And scan the pulse of another person and change. And then after scanning, change the pulse of the another person. So let's take a few minutes as you pair up. You can ask your family members around you to just volunteer for this power manifestation round. So declare that you are Nithyananda Paramashivoham and declare the change of pulse of the another person. Vijay's Paramashiva has come down from KAILASA. Drop all the delusions, identity that you carry. You are Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Chant Mahavakya intensely with absolute unclutching, complete completion, oneness to experience the state, space, powers, and beings of Paramashiva. So let's begin. We'll take a few minutes to manifest this power and then we'll be verifying. I'll play the oneness capsule and then let's manifest.
Ganga I am.
हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर 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 गंगे हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर 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 गंगे हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर 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 गंगे हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर 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 गंगे 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 हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर 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 गंगे हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर 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 गंगे हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर 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 गंगे